All right, everybody. Welcome to the April 15th Jackson Township Planning Board meeting. This meeting is convened in accordance with the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act of New Jersey, and adequate notice of this meeting has been provided to all sources. Madam Chairman?
May I have a motion for payment of voucher for the recording secretary, please?
So moved. Second, Riker.
May I have a motion, everyone in agreement?
Aye.
Approval of the minutes for April 1st regular meeting. A motion, please?
Motion Heller.
Second,
Bernstein.
We'll have a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Bernstein?
Yes.
Mr. Heller?
Yes.
Mr. Herman? Mr. Riker?
Yes.
Ms. Rose? Yes. Mr. Marzo? Yes. Mr. Trimmer? Yes. Mr. Wall?
Yes.
And Dr. Campbell?
Yes. I'd like to remind the board, you received a cybersecurity awareness training notification. I did take that class. Don't count on it being 90 minutes. It was more like 2 hours. Have refreshments at hand. It's a D2 cybersecurity. You got the notice on 4/11. And when you have completed the awareness training, just forward your completion notice that you will get to Ms. Morrison, please. All right. We should do a roll call to open the meeting. So, want to start that, please? Sure.
Mr. Brezzi? Mr. Bernstein?
Here.
Mr. Heller? Mr. Herman? Mr. Riker?
Here.
Ms. Rose? Mr. Marzo? Mr. Trimmer? Mr. Wall?
Here.
Mr. Sullivan?
Here.
Dr. Campbell?
Here, thank you. No executive session. Minutes. Ms. DeMarzo, we have a master plan report.
Yes, good evening, everyone. The Master Plan Subcommittee met last Monday, April 8th, and immediately prior to this evening's Planning Board meeting. On May 6th of this year, from 5 p.m. to 6:15 p.m., there will be a public meeting where the 2025 Comprehensive Master Plan goals and objectives and land use element will be introduced. The subcommittee is seeking input and suggestions from the residents of Jackson and those with a vested interest in Jackson. Please note that there will be no questions entertained at this meeting. The subcommittee, the planning board attorney, and our planning consultant will be on the dais. All planning board members are invited to attend as residents of Jackson and will be in the audience. Further notice for this first public meeting will be forthcoming shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Morrison, any changes in schedule? No. Thank you. Legal matters?
Not at this time.
Engineering and planning matters? Thank you. All right, then we have our first application. Ms. Jennings?
Thank you. Good evening. For the record, I'm Donna Jennings from the law firm of Wilentz, Goldman & Spitzer. As the board is aware, the applicant this evening is seeking preliminary and final major site plan approval to construct a 1,000 square foot addition and approximately 400 square foot outdoor terrace onto an existing 2.5 story single family home with related improvements. In addition, the applicant intends to convert the building into a private girls' religious high school that will accommodate approximately 50 students. The property is located at 417 Basso Street and identified as Block 23001, Lot 15 on the Jackson Township tax maps. The property is comprised of approximately 4.27 acres, is located in the RD1 Rural Residential Zone, which is in the Pinelands area portion of the Jackson Township. Once the proposed improvements are completed, the building will be approximately 7,600 square feet. The application requires no variances, and as the board is aware, pursuant to the MLUL, the board shall grant an approval to a fully conforming application. There are also several design waivers which will be more thoroughly discussed by the applicant's site engineer. In support of the approval, the applicant will present the testimony of the following witnesses: Rabbi Rector in his capacity as the operations fact witness for the proposed school, Eli Halpert as the site engineer, and Melissa Mermelstein as the architect. As a matter of record keeping, the applicant is in receipt of the following reports: Fire official review letter dated March 15, 2024. Police Department traffic safety letter dated March 19, 2024. Engineers review letter dated April 4th, 2024. Planners review letter dated April 10th, 2024. And the tree specialist review letter dated April 11th, 2024. With that, we could begin the application. Okay, you usually ask Mr. Peters and if he has any comments.
We will.
Madam Chair, I think the applicant pretty much described the project, and I'll chime in as we go. There's just several concerns. One of is environmental with the pylons and how they're going to address their inconsistency. But just in the interest of time, like I said, I'll just chime in as we go.
Good, thank you, Mr. Peters.
Madam Chair, I took no exception to Ms. Jennings' opening comments. The use is permitted in the zone, and therefore they are correctly here before our planning board.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to start with Rabbi Rector, but I don't see him in the audience yet. So what I'm going to do is skip over to Mr. Halpert. Perhaps the rabbi did not file his taxes, I'm not sure. But hopefully everybody else here this evening has taken care of that. If not, you have a few hours to get to the post office.
All right.
You don't have any exhibits to hand out to the board members, do you?
Yes, I knew they were coming. I'm getting the hang of this. Good evening. Thank you. This is what I was looking for. This is what I was looking for. That's why I asked. Yeah, thank you. I would have liked to have seen this before today. Yep, it's a house. It's there now. Yep, it's just an extension. They do. That's my concern.
Okay, thank you. With
Thank
that, we're going to start with Eli anyway, because the rabbi would like to see how the process goes a little bit before he comes up.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, and please state your name and spell your last for the record. Yeah, Donna, you want to?
I do.
All right, please state your credentials for the record.
Eric Halpert. Last name is spelled Halpert. I received a Bachelor of Science from NJIT. I'm a licensed professional engineer and planner in the state of New Jersey. I'm familiar with the ordinance, and the plans in front of the board were prepared under my direction.
And you're going to be testifying as both an engineer and a planner, or just one?
I will be providing engineering testimony.
Engineer, just engineer, okay. And does the board accept the credentials?
Yes, thank you, welcome.
Since this mic's broken, I'll just use my outside voice, and then somebody can give me a microphone.
Your outside voice scared.
We should just dedicate one to you. You can bring it as you come.
Okay, Eli, if you could, describe the site and the surrounding area. If you're going to rely on any exhibits, please identify them for the record.
In front of on the screen is Exhibit A1. It's marked Exhibit A1. It's an aerial of the surrounding site. The site is located in the southeastern portion of the town. It's in the Pinelands area, in the Rural Development Zone, Rural RD1. The site is shown with a red dotted line around. And to the rear of the site is the Pinelands Manufacturing Zone. The site, Basso Street, loops around to Vath Street, and the site is generally developed with residential dwellings. And again, to the rear, there are some industrial manufacturing sites.
And if you could just describe the proposal?
Can you please go to Exhibit A2? The plan before the board is to convert the existing dwelling to a school to service approximately maximum 50 students with approximately 12 to 14 staff members on site at one time. The proposal includes an extension to the existing dwelling. Additional to the addition is an outdoor terrace. What the board is looking at now is the site plan in order to accommodate the improvements. Parking is proposed. Inasmuch as the site is located in the Pinelands, care was taken to attempt to limit the footprint of the development, of the proposed development, to within the area of the property that is already improved. And the existing dwelling is built out with a driveway. The proposal in front of the board further expands the driveway to provide parking more than sufficient for the proposed amount of students. This project was submitted to the board and was deemed complete under the old ordinance prior to the one adopted in December, and the parking requirements per the ordinance is 1 per 3 students. Per the revised statement of operations, that there will be a maximum of 50 students that would require 17 spaces, where 27 parking spaces are provided along the driveway as shown over here.
Okay, and just one thing I wanted to indicate, even though the ordinance was adopted by the township, the Pinelands has not certified that ordinance, so the new ordinance, as it affects the Pinelands area, is not a valid ordinance yet. I know that the township is still working through comments. I've seen the comments, and we're working with those with the Pinelands.
Still working on it.
Thank you. Additional improvements that are shown include a drop-off area for 15-passenger vans. If you zoom in a little bit more, then on the screen you're able to see the ability for the vans to drop off the children. It would be anticipated no more than 4 vans would be required for the 50 students, and the drop-off area is provided adjacent to the school, separated by a safety island.
Okay, just so the record is clear, each van holds 15 passengers?
The school transportation is via 15-passenger vans, yes.
Right, and there's 4 vans proposed.
That means no buses.
Correct, no buses.
Correct. There are no buses. This is a small school, and these are 15-passenger vans.
Make that a condition of approval, is that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Additional improvements include expanded septic disposal field, because with the expansion of the dwelling and the conversion from the dwelling to a school, the septic requirements are greater, and it is shown as and a larger disposal field is shown.
And with respect to stormwater management, what's going to occur?
Can you please go to the next page, Exhibit A3? If you could zoom in a little bit more to the actual site. Thank you. Thank you very much. Additional improvements included with the proposal is stormwater management facilities. The project will constitute a major development because the disturbance is, the added impervious is going to be greater than a quarter acre, and the proposal includes stormwater management facilities, including a forebay. It will need to comply with Pineland's requirements as well, and there remains one inconsistency from the Pineland's certificate of filing, and that will be addressed via added yard inlets to capture all runoff, even from areas of turf and not only from the parking area. And that will all be sent to the stormwater basin, and calculations show that all reduction requirements are met.
And the reduction requirements will be about 65% reduction?
Yes. Sorry, 1 minute. Can you go to, please, Exhibit A4? And can you zoom into the site area? Additional improvements include landscaping and buffering. The plan in front of the board shows individual trees located, and the applicant is willing and is able to comply with all the requirements and will meet requirements of buffering and tree removal. There are going to be approximately 87 trees removed, and the applicant will be supplying trees and will be able to contribute to the fund for any trees that are not able to be replanted on the property. In terms of buffering along the side and front, along the sides and the front, what is shown is buffering. There are existing trees, and as per the direction of the tree specialist, the inspector, and the engineer, the applicant is able to supplement and add buffering, remove trees and add buffering, and what was shown was a plan where the number of existing trees to be removed is limited. However, because that may affect screening, the applicant is able to add more trees, evergreens, to provide adequate screening within the 10 feet. Behind the building is a trash enclosure. Trash pickup will be twice a week. There will be one enclosure with recyclables and with solid waste. And the turning template shows that a refuse vehicle is able to get to the back, and pickup is going to be specifically after 8 a.m. in the morning.
And is there adequate buffering around the trash enclosure?
There is adequate buffering around the trash enclosure, and the applicant will comply with any comments.
Thank you.
Question for the chair. Was that a condition that the trash pickup won't be before 8 a.m.?
No condition has been imposed yet.
But the applicant would agree.
is offering a condition.
That will be made a condition.
And how many days a week is, I mean, obviously you're not stating it.
It would be anticipated twice a week will suffice.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
Twice a week before 8 a.m., is that?
After 8.
After 8 a.m. Responsibility for the ownership and maintenance of the stormwater system will be the property owner. And not included in the exhibit, but If you're able to bring up the actual site plan, we could mark this as Exhibit A7, the circulation plan, the fire circulation plan.
Anthony?
Anthony, can you bring up the site plan, the circulation, the site plan?
Do you have the number, the A7, is that?
I'm going to mark it as A7. There is no, it is not marked right now, but it is, that's the architect plan. If you could bring up the site plan. Yes, thank you. And sheet. Sheet number 5, please. Sheet number 5, this could be marked Exhibit A7. This is the circulation plan for fire, showing that fire is able to access the building.
Well, if it's already submitted, Bobby, we don't need to mark that A7, do we? The site plan was submitted with the application?
And I will go through some of the comments, some of the board, some of the review letters.
All right, so we have this as Exhibit A7 then?
You want to mark it A7?
If that's what
Okay.
we just, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. There we go. Gotcha.
Well, actually, let me just ask you a couple of questions. So with respect to some of the accessory structures on the site, are they going to remain or are they going to be removed?
The accessory structures will generally be removed. The revised plan submitted to the board shows most of the structures removed, and Anthony, can you pull up again Exhibit A2? Thank you. Can you zoom in a little bit? A2 shows these three structures are going to remain to be used as storage. The remaining structures, the sheds, and the agricultural structures to the rear are all going to be dismantled and removed as part of the proposal.
And did you add some recreation area to the plan?
In addition, on the revised plan, off of the driveway, a basketball hoop is proposed for recreation purposes. There are no other recreation facilities proposed. Where the pointer is where the basketball hoop would be located, and that is sufficient for a half-court basketball game.
But there's also the outside terrace on the other side of the building, correct?
The outside terrace is a part of the structure, and that could be considered recreation.
Do you were looking to move to the reports to see if
Yeah.
there's any open issues?
Yeah.
And this is high school girl,
Correct, high school girls.
yeah.
And the rabbi will get into the details of the operation when he comes up.
Going through some of the issues brought up in the board planner's letter from April 10th. Regarding signs, there are no signs proposed. The applicant will not be proposing any signs at all. On page 5 of the review letter, in traffic and circulation, the letter indicates that a waiver is required as per 244-197I1, parking areas in residential zones for uses other than single-family and two-family dwellings may be located in rear or side yard, but not located in any required front yard setback, whereas parking is proposed within the front yard. As stated, as mentioned earlier, this is in the Pinelands area, and there is care to limit the proposed footprint of development to the already developed portion. I do believe it would be justified to maintain the parking area as shown, although the ordinance says that parking shall not be required in the required front yard setback. A waiver over here, I do believe, would be justified in as much as the parking was held to beyond the front yard setback. Although it is in the front yard, a waiver would be justified because it is beyond the front yard setback, and by having a layout as shown, the footprint of development is able to be reduced, and therefore it is sensible to grant a waiver to allow the parking in the front yard because it is beyond the front yard setback.
Are you guys putting in EV and handicap?
There is a handicap spot indicated, and the applicant is going to provide one EV space as well.
Thank you.
Regarding the proposed curbing along Basso Street, the existing street exhibits a pavement width of approximately 24 to 25 feet. In front of the property, it is about 24 and a half feet. It is paved without curbing and without sidewalk. The driveways are proposed to have curbing, and a concrete apron will be provided. The applicant is willing to provide curbing along the frontage of Basso Street. In terms of putting sidewalk, the applicant will comply with the board's recommendations. In as much as there is no sidewalk on either side of the property, I believe it would be justified to contribute to the fund and to grant a waiver from providing sidewalk. However, if the board would not grant that waiver, the applicant is willing to provide sidewalk. The applicant will comply with the review comments regarding the fire lanes and markings. Regarding landscaping, can you pull up again Exhibit A4, Anthony, please?
Just, I don't want to interrupt your flow, but are you done with paragraph C of Mr. Ernie's report?
Yes.
Because I think there's a number of other issues on there that you didn't address, so I just want to make sure that before we move on.
Yes, okay. In terms of the existing improvements to be removed, the applicant will, in the submitted, the applicant will indicate what is to be removed for clarity. Included in that, the existing sidewalk, the extents of the sidewalk to be removed in front of the building and to remain will be clarified. The accessible ramp will be shown, a concrete apron detail. is going to be shown. In terms of accessible circulation from the parking lot to the structure, an accessible spot is located in the corner near where the ramp is, and that would be the closest place to the structure, and a handicapped accessibility is provided at the closest place to the structure. An ADA ramp will be provided, and the grading is such that it will comply with ADA requirements.
And the other items in C that regard additional testimony, that's all going to come from the rabbi.
Okay, just the, is it the one-way entrance signs?
Yes.
All right, so
Yes. All signage and markings will all be provided as part of the resolution compliance.
all right, and we have the EV-ready spaces, and those students are going to be walking to school, correct?
The
No
ramp,
walking to school.
No walking to school.
And no driving.
That will be stipulated?
Yes.
Thank you.
Through the chair, may I ask, would you agree to no parking in front of the property?
Yes.
We can add that as a stipulation. Thank you.
Yeah.
are you requesting that that signs be put up by the town? Is that?
I think the recommendation that Mr. Ernie put in his review letters, do not, it's paragraph C3, do not enter signs, one-way signs should be added to the plans details provided. That's all I was
Yes.
getting at.
Mr. Shea, Mr. Sullivan just asked a question about no parking on the street. Would the applicant be able to, it's a municipal street, right?
I'm going to defer this one to the applicant. Is it a municipal street?
It is.
It is, yes.
So could the applicant hang up signs on a municipal street?
I don't think we're going to hang up signs. We're just going to direct
Yeah.
everybody not to park on Basso Street.
That's, I just wanted to clarify.
Only the governing
They
body could
can't-
put up
They can't
signs.
put it specifically on the roadway, but they can put it, on their property if need be, but.
You're going to comply with the landscape?
Continuing to the landscaping section. The proposal leaves 10 feet along the sides and along the front for buffering, although presently additional plantings are not shown. That was because there are existing trees, and the applicant is willing to comply with any direction given by the board and the board engineer and the board planner, whether or not to supplement, to remove trees, to supplement that with screening, or to simply place evergreens in between. The main thing is there is sufficient space, and there is shown on the plans a 10-foot empty swath for buffering and screening along the sides and along the front. Regarding lighting, the school will, there is lighting in the rear. There is lighting proposed, wall-mounted lighting on the rear of the structure, and I do believe that that is sufficient, and the applicant is able to provide more as to be directed by the board. But what is proposed, I do believe is sufficient. Foot candles beyond for a solid 30 to 40 feet out are greater than 0.5. The lighting will be on timers, and they will go off as per the direction of the board. They can go off at 10 p.m.
So, real quick, just to go back to landscaping, I don't mean to interrupt your flow, but is the applicant going to be, when it goes down to the forester review letter, they're going to be complying with the conditions set forth?
We will comply with all conditions. We are not requesting any waivers in terms of landscaping
All right.
and tree removal.
And then, I'll defer this one to Mrs. Jennings. So when it comes down to the traffic report and fire report, do you want the engineer or the traffic expert to?
We don't have a traffic expert since it's a fully conforming application, so Eli will answer any
Okay.
questions regarding that.
Gotcha.
We discussed solid waste.
I'm sorry, sir. You had stated that the lights are sufficient enough to light up the area 30 to 40 feet behind the building? On the rear of the building, the wall packs,
There are wall packs for the rear of the building.
so they're capable of lighting 30 to 40 feet away from the building?
Correct.
Why 40 feet?
There is, the 40 feet would be a sufficient area for play. That would be a nice area. The amount of students in the facility would be no greater than 50, and 40 feet seems sufficient if the board would like.
But the basketball courts, according to your testimony, is to the right of the building.
There is, the testimony presently being discussed is to the rear of the building, and to the right of the building, there is also lighting sufficient for the basketball court and for the refuse, and that is shown on the plan, yes.
Okay, so what you're stating to me without being so clear is there's recreation at night behind the building.
Yeah,
Well, there could be, but they're actually, the rabbi didn't speak yet. The girls are only there from 9:30 to 3, Monday through Thursday, and they leave by 11:30 on Fridays, and the staff is out of there by 4. I don't really anticipate
So
anybody there.
Why
and-
don't we strike that until we have somebody that can answer that?
Sure,
Yeah, because I think it's just going to waste time, all due respect.
okay.
All right, but I hear your statement that it's 30 to 40 feet of illumination, and I hear what you're saying as far as time, and we'll take it up with the rabbi.
Okay, thank
After
you.
the IRS is done.
thank you. Regarding the stormwater outfall toward the front of the property. The stormwater outfall is a 10-inch pipe, and it complies with reductions. The applicant is able, if the board would direct, to provide more storage in a way that the pipe can be reduced to even less than 10 inches diameter. I do believe 10-inch diameter pipe is not an eyesore, and in terms of the flow leaving the property, the applicant is required and does meet the reductions. And for example, for the 10-year storm, the flow out of that pipe will be 0.14 cubic feet per second, which is considerably less than existing that is leaving the property. I believe that there would be no issue in terms of the flow leaving the property. However, the applicant is able, if the board would direct, to provide greater storage than required in order to further reduce the size, diameter of the pipe. But to clarify, the size of the pipe is a 10-inch pipe and would not be noticed too much. In terms of the board engineer's letter dated April 4th,
Excuse me. Would it be possible to screen that pipe in some manner attractively?
as part of the landscaping plan, there will be a requirement to have a buffer in front of the property. So there will be a buffer in front of that pipe. There will be evergreens in terms of screening.
Low and high?
There can be low and high, both, yes.
Stipulate, please.
In terms of environment, in the board engineer's letter dated April 4th, we have not received comments from the Environmental Commission. The project does not meet the threshold to require an environmental impact statement. The certificate of filing issued by the Pinelands Commission included an inconsistency regarding total nitrogen reduction, and that is due to the turf area also being required to comply with the reductions and with the water quality requirements, and the applicant will address that by adding yard inlets and grading in a way to ensure that all turf, all flow from all proposed lawn area to be walked on will be directed to yard inlets and directed to the stormwater management facilities. And the Pinelands is going to have to approve such a design. In terms of utilities, a well is proposed and a septic field is proposed, and we will discuss shortly the fire recommendations. Operations will be discussed by the applicant. In terms of the letter issued by the Bureau of Traffic Safety, they are questioning the safety. The proposed site is located in a residential neighborhood with a posted 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. The proposed site is for a high school. How big of a school? How many students attending each day? A high school located here with the entrance and exit located in a residential neighborhood is not safe with increased traffic to include vehicles and buses. The RD1 zone does allow for schools. In terms of the safety, the school being proposed is indeed a small school. It presently has approximately 38 students, and it would be anticipated to increase to 50 students. The roadway is a 24.5 foot, a 24 to 25 foot wide pavement, and there will not be a large amount of buses. There will be 15 passenger vans. Students will not be allowed to walk. Students will not be allowed to drive. And it should not, and proposing this size school, as indicated in the letter, the Bureau of Traffic and Safety letter was wondering about the size of the school. Proposing this size school would not pose a safety hazard.
And just so the record clear, there'll be no buses coming to the site. You kind of insinuated there would be.
There are no buses, there are only 15 passenger vans.
Correct.
In terms of sidewalks,
Make sure you said 15 passenger vans. It's not 15 passenger vans, it's passenger vans for 15 students. It should be about 4 passenger vans.
Correct.
Just to make it
4
clear.
passenger vans that can hold 15 students.
thank you. Again, in terms of sidewalk, the applicant will comply with the direction and recommendation of the board, whether to supply sidewalk or to contribute to the fund. There are no sidewalks on either side of the property. In terms of fire safety, the fire official reviewed the plan. I'm sorry, I'm getting the review letter. The fire official's letter dated March 15th reviewed the plan and approves the plan with conditions that the applicant is able to comply with. The board engineer's letter indicates there is no access to the rear of the building. If the board recommends the applicant is able to supply pavers to the rear of the building as an additional access point for fire, although
We would be requiring that.
I'm sorry?
We will require that.
The applicant is able and is willing to provide access to the rear with pavers to the rear of the building off of the existing driveway near the refuse.
Thank you.
The fire official also is requiring a cistern of 40,000 usable gallons for firefighting water, and the applicant is able, will comply with that. That can be underground, and the property is large enough. The seasonal high water was not indicated at all, and there is sufficient storage for a 40,000 gallon cistern for firefighting water, the location to be determined and coordinated with the fire official.
Excuse me, will there be a fire suppression system in the school itself?
The architect will discuss
Fine.
the actual building.
Thank you.
For grading and drainage, the applicant will comply with with the comments and will comply with the Pinelands requirements and with Ordinance 244209. And lighting and landscaping was discussed. And that will be all for my testimony.
What about the outside agency approvals? Are there any?
We will be receiving approvals from the Ocean County. Soils are required. We do not have them yet. They are pending.
Okay, thank
Any
you.
questions from the board members? Board members, any questions? From the professionals?
Just a couple, Madam Chair. You had indicated that Basso Street in front of the property is 24 and a half feet. The physical condition of Basso to, I'll say, the adjoining traffic or adjacent roadway system, I'm guessing it's anticipated that they'll be coming from South Hope Chapel to Ridge to Basso to the site?
Correct.
Okay. Generally, the physical condition of Basso?
Generally, it is in fair condition. I conducted a site visit, and it is, I don't know, I cannot tell you when it was paved last, but it is.
There's a limit on what the board can require as far as the road improvements adjacent to this site. But I'm just was curious, you know, is there potholes? But if it's passable and that's the testimony, that's fine.
The road is in good condition. I was there yesterday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You had indicated that I guess most of the accessory structures are going to be removed?
Yes.
Okay. On A5, I'm seeing one of the accessory structures that are going to remain. I'm just wondering what that is. It's kind of behind the house, might be a garage.
Yes. So as indicated, yeah, on each sheet, yes. 3 structures are to remain. There are a lot more presently that are not shown on the exhibits because they will be removed, and there will be those structures shown. It is currently a garage. It will remain as storage facilities.
Okay, thank you. And the disposal field, that'll meet all the standards from the Pinelands and Health Department?
Yes.
Is there the proposed well? I'm noticing that right next to a trash enclosure. Now, I understand the use, and I don't know if we're going to get any type of really hazardous materials, but is a well next to a trash enclosure? That's the idea? Is there another place to put it?
The well is presently approximately 10 feet from the trash enclosure, and it could be placed farther away.
That would be my recommendation. Let's move the trash.
We could make it 20 feet.
That's fine. And
We will move the well 20 feet from the trash. The trash enclosure will remain as shown, and the well will be moved.
this well will be used to fill the cistern?
The cistern will have its own dedicated well.
Will it be automated, in that when they take water out or it leaks, will there be an alarm system or something that fills the tank back up?
Yes, these systems do have alarm. Yes, there will be an alarm system. Yes.
That's all for now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Peters?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Halpert, we had noted in the landscaping portion of our review that there were possibly 3 waivers. You've indicated that no waivers are being requested. So as a condition of approval, the applicant would work with the board's professionals and the certified tree expert for the municipality to reconcile those 3 items.
Yes.
Okay. You had spoken about utilities to the site. You indicated there was going to be a septic system. Can you provide, given the number of folks that are going to utilize the facility, can you give the board an idea of what type of septic system we're going to have here? Is it standard house septic system?
The disposal system will be larger than a standard house system. It will be similar to a house system. Typically, although it may be counterintuitive, sometimes a house system is is required to be larger than a commercial system because people live in the house in the evening, as opposed to in a commercial setting. People are going in and out, and the use is not as great. However, this system will be larger, it will be similar to a house system, and will require the approval of both the Pinelands and the Board of Health.
Thank you. Have you or the architect verified that the electric service in Basso Street is sufficient for the proposed use?
I have not.
We had asked that there be some testimony about the traffic impacts associated with the development. And I'm not sure we got anything other than a listing of, these are how many students, these are how many teachers, these are how many vans. Perhaps you could either provide additional testimony or come back to it later after the rabbi and/or the architect testify, but I'm not sure we've gotten any real testimony
Yes.
about what the traffic impacts might be from the proposed development. It's obviously bigger than an existing single-family home, so I think the board and the public are entitled to some testimony regarding the impacts from the proposed use.
Yeah, following the discussion of operations by the rabbi.
Thank you. That's all I have for now, Madam Chair.
I have a couple questions. I was doing something before.
Mr. Tremor?
So it's 60, 65 students and staff?
Combined, correct.
So it's probably not the question for you, but are they reinforcing this house to hold that type of weight because it's a frame structure?
The architect is here to provide testimony.
Okay, I'm going to jump on the septic. Now, is that subject to a Pineland system or a standard system?
It is subject to Pineland's approval. The system proposed is a standard system. In the rural development and other zones within the Pinelands, the special pilot amphidrome are not permitted to provide reductions, and therefore the application needed to make sure that the system on a standard system is going to suffice for the septic needs.
Okay, well, just for your information too, septic systems don't vary on whether you're there at night, it's the amount of people.
Yes.
65 people is not a standard septic system. It's a much larger system, but I guess you haven't broached that with the Board of Health yet.
Yes, this is, the calculations are provided for the amount of people for, with the proposed septic system,
So
yes.
you're proposing a large system, like a 2,000 square foot?
Yes, the system is a little bit less than, the field is not 2,000 square feet. It is indicated on the plans, but again, it is per the calculations required by the Board of Health.
I don't know what calculations you're going with, because the 2,000-foot system is for a 4 or 5 bedroom home, which is roughly 8 to 10 people, maybe 12.
The reason why the calculations for septic system provide for different amounts of gallons per day for different uses. So, for example, for residential, the gallons per day is a function of the amount of bedrooms, for example. For a school, it is a certain amount of gallons per day per person. And those calculations could come out, are sometimes may end up being a bit counterintuitive. The reason for that is because people live in their house and do a lot, they do a lot in the house. They do less in a commercial setting. And the calculations take that into account, and the requirements take that into
No,
account.
I understand that. I'm not arguing with that point, but to me, it just bothers me when these applications come and nobody's gone to the Board of Health, because they're going to turn around and say, are you out of your mind? We need a 5,000 square foot system in there. I mean, I wish that that would be brought to the board instead of speculation and drawings. What you want and what everybody else wants is different.
I have submitted numerous applications in front of the Board of
Smoke and
Health.
mirrors, sir. Sorry. I am so tired of cut and paste and all the other stuff. I really wish that when you guys came here, and I understand there's a process and a procedure, but I'd like to have facts. And I apologize if that seems rough, but I've installed septics I did it for 5 years. I know about them.
Right.
You know, I've built houses, I know about them too, so that's why I question certain areas. I know in that area, there are some pineland systems which are very expensive and very unique, and they are subject to the people in the house, not the toilet flushes, not the showers, whatever else. So, you know, I just wish that that was handled a little bit differently, but we'll get to that. But I hope the board notes that that's something we need to look at before it goes any further.
Well, you have to make the application subject to, the board doesn't have any jurisdiction over the Board of Health septic system.
Well, and just to be clear, so what happens in a situation like this, if they come in and say, oh, you know, we only need 2,000, and the Department of Health or the DEP says, you know, no, they need 7,000, then there's no way to put that on the property without creating a variance or a waiver. They come right back to this board. They can't do squat with that. So it would...
I understand that,
Yeah.
but here's my problem. The project's already been started. Now it comes down to, oh, well, we already started the project.
They can't start without, they can't even get the zoning permit without the outside agency approval for that. So if the DEP or Department of Health comes back and says, no, you guys need something much bigger, much larger for this amount of people, then they got to come right back to us. So it's kind of a checks and balancing system, so to speak, but.
Okay. The addition, it's 1,065 feet, because the numbers vary on here. So it's 1,065 for a basement, 1,065 for the first floor.
Yes, is the addition.
What is the actual size of the rest of the house?
I will let the architect discuss the actual house, I think is better.
Fair enough. We did the Pinelands. Generator. That commercial well that fills the cistern, are you going to put a generator? Because if let's say the power's out and a fire starts,
Yes,
I would appreciate that. That'd be great. Thank you. Again, one of my problems with these schools is nice-looking building. I like the parking lot and all that. There's no sidewalks. And to me, it bothers me very much you don't have sidewalks because you're subject to fire drills, correct?
yes.
And I think that they should be added to it just in case you have a situation where I believe all schools should have a sidewalk so that the police, fire, anybody can get people out of the way. Because right now, the way it's set up, you just have everybody run out in the parking lot or in the backyard, and that's not safe. So, I mean, that's just my own observation I'd like to put out there.
Are you referring to sidewalk along the frontage or within the property?
I would say, we come out of the, I'm thinking that where the addition is, you're gonna have a basement exit coming out in that area, and that's pretty much where everybody's gonna go in and out, I believe, right?
Yes, and there is sidewalk proposed there at that spot.
Right, but the sidewalk should go out to Basso Street in case of emergency to get people in and out, I would think.
The
It's just something
applicant
to
is
consider.
willing to, we can supply parking to the street as well, yes.
I think that would be a safe thing to add to it. So the house. You said you're going to do pavers. Would you know what kind of pavers? Because I know, I've just recently learned about grass pavers, which the fire truck will not work.
We will coordinate with the fire official. I have coordinated with the fire official before to provide grass pavers, and
Right.
any pavers provided will have to be approved by the fire official.
Okay, well, that's something that we're going to take a look at then, because you have to understand, grass pavers are 2 rows. It's nice. The fire truck may be able to get on it. They have jacks to put out for their ladder. You know what happens when the jack hits the soft dirt and they put the ladder out? Tips over.
The width of the grass pavers will be a fire lane width. It will be 18 to 20 feet. The applicant is willing to do that, and again,
Okay.
to coordinate with the fire official, which
Good, that's
we
fine.
have done.
And that's fine. That's
Yes.
one of my points I'm trying to make, because the last time I didn't address this with something else, and it turned out it's a problem. But, you know, I appreciate that. Thank you. The building in the back, the storage garage, how do you get into that? Is that like a little paver area that walks into it, right there in the front?
It is right now a, it serves as a garage. There is right now access from where from in between, from the middle.
Right, but you realize you need fire department access to that.
The fire, well, certainly with the additional rear, there will be fire
That's what I'm
access.
saying.
It's
You know what
paved.
kind of picture you got to draw there.
Yes.
Okay. That's it, thank you.
Mr. Riker?
Okay, I really don't subscribe to your statement that a school is a less intensive storage use, okay? There's a reason why there's not 4-inch piping coming out of that. It's on. So I don't subscribe to the statement that it's less of a use. I'm going to ask you a few questions here. Have you done any soil borings out there?
Yes.
Okay, where's the water table to grade?
There was no indication of any seasonal high water. This was good sand, and there was no seasonal high water.
Okay, so how far did you go down on the boring?
The boring, we went down to approximately 12 feet in the front.
There is no approximate. You need to tell me the date that it was done, what you came up with, where the water was, if you went 12, if you went 40, if you went 50 feet.
This
You
was,
had,
sub-
you had a licensed engineer do that, right?
this was submitted, yes, and this was submitted as part of the...
I'm asking the question because I don't have that information in front of me.
Was that supplied in the drainage report?
Yes.
Let him tell me. I'm not-
At elevation 109, in the front of the property, a soil boring was conducted to 15 feet down with no indication of models or standing water.
No water.
No water.
So you just went 15 feet.
Correct.
All right. Your septic system, dosing system, treatment system,
What is proposed is a standard septic system.
that does not help me. Okay, standard to me is a Ford Pinto. It might be a van to him, it might be a Cadillac to him. Standard doesn't tell me anything.
This is a gravity
Sta-
system. This is a gravity system that it's not a dosing system, it is a gravity system.
So it's a gravity-fed system all the way through.
It's a leaching system as per the diagram.
Okay, that's the answer I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Any comments from the professionals before we move on?
I got a couple. So let's just go back to the waivers, right? So we touched on a couple of waivers. So are we seeking waivers or are we not seeking waivers?
In terms of parking in the front yard, the letter indicates that
That's
a waiver.
what I'm saying. So we touched on a possible waiver for the front yard, right? We touched on a possible waiver for the parking lot. I just want to make sure that we're clear, just so I can.
Yes, a waiver is requested to allow for parking in the front yard with the justification because it is beyond the front yard setback and the footprint is minimized.
Okay. So is it just those two, or are we seeking more?
No other waivers are being sought.
Okay.
The 4 vans that will be bringing students to and from, will they be stored on the property, or are they coming from another location?
They are coming from another location, dropping off the students and leaving.
Okay, thank you.
And you are expecting 2 deliveries a day for meals, or 1 delivery a day for meals?
One, but these are getting into operation, so
Yeah,
why don't we
okay.
wait for the operation person to testify, please?
Thank you. I think that's it for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call up the rabbi now to go through the operations.
The audience will speak when we are finished with the testimony. You will have your opportunity, not to worry. Excuse me. When we are finished with all the applications, witnesses, we will have open to the public.
Yep.
They will be here.
So let me just, because we got a bunch of people in the room, so let me just kind of set the playing field for what we have here, right? So what we do is we conduct a meeting by Robert Rules of Order, all right? What that means is that we break each type, or each part of the meeting into kind of its own systematic parts. So right now is a direct examination of the applicant's witnesses, right? And that's what you're seeing. You're seeing us and us ask questions, the professionals ask questions, the applicant asks questions of their own professional and putting their own affirmative testimony on. What happens is that once we close that, we're going to open it up for cross-examination of all of their professionals to the public, all right? You're able to ask whatever questions you want, but it's not a public comment portion. Once we close the cross-examination portion, we then open it up to the general comment portion, which you want to say 2 bites at the apple, kind of, but the second public portion allows you to come up and make any comments or statements that you may feel about the application or anything about it, right? So first cross and then open for the general public, and then we close it, and then the board renders a determination, right? So that's kind of the sandbox that we're in, all right?
Thank you. If we could have the rabbi sworn in.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Reuven Richter, last name R-I-C-H-T-E-R. Reuven, R-E-U-V-E-N.
All right. And qualifications or just a
The fact witness?
fact witness?
Yeah, so just if you could, for the record, indicate your affiliation with the applicant.
I'm I'm the executive director of the school.
Okay, and when you say the school, the school is currently located in Lakewood?
Yes.
Where is it located?
555 Joe Parker Road in Lakewood.
And how long has it operated in Lakewood?
8 years,
And how many students are currently in the school in Lakewood?
between 35 and 38.
Okay, and the applicant is seeking to shut down the facility in Lakewood and come to Jackson, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could, just describe the school itself, its mission statement, and why we have this particular school rather than the girls going to the typical Orthodox girls' high school.
These girls need individualized attention, and they don't do well in the mainstream school, so we have a small school for them, and that's our mission, to give every student a chance to have an education.
And oftentimes, these girls have actually been asked to leave the Orthodox high schools?
Correct,
Okay, so you're giving them an opportunity to continue their education and get their high school diploma?
correct.
Okay. Now, with respect to this particular project, if you could, just for the record, they wanted to know how many staff members will be at the site and what their roles are.
So there's going to be a total of 24 staff members working through in shifts throughout the day,
And at any,
and the maximum of 14
Ladies and
staff
gentlemen,
members will be
this
at the
is-
school at one
This is
time.
being recorded. We need you to be quiet because we need to have the recording of this proceeding. Please. Thank you.
and just so the record's clear, because I think not everybody could hear what was being said, you indicated that at any given time, there might be 14 staff members at the school, but they have a total of 24 staff members. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so a teacher comes, they may not come to the site and be there all day. Is that accurate?
That's 100%, yes.
Okay. And if you could, who's running the school? You have a principal?
Yes, Mrs. Shifra Khan.
Okay, and are there other staff members that are going to be at the school full-time?
Yes, we have an assistant principal, guidance counselors, office staff, and teachers.
Okay, and if you could describe the school curriculum, is it just religious education? They get an academic education, hence, at the end of the day, are they going to get a high school diploma?
Yes, they will get a high school diploma at the end of the day. It's a academic education, it's a religious education, it's life skills, it's whatever a typical high school has. We have that for them too on an individual basis, smaller classes.
And if you could, what are the hours of operation?
For the students, it's from 9:30 a.m. till 3 o'clock p.m.
And that's Monday through Thursday,
That's Monday
though?
through Thursday, and the early dismissal on Friday at 11:30 a.m. The staff comes at 9 o'clock and they leave at 4 o'clock.
And how will the students be transported to and from the school?
90% will be transported via 3 or 4 15-passenger vans. 10% will be dropped off by parents. Students are not permitted to drive or walk to school.
Okay. And will the vans remain on site?
No, the school vans will not remain on site.
Okay, and if you could describe the schedule of the school year, when does the school year begin and end?
It begins in September and ends in June.
And in the summertime, July and August, is the school going to be used for camp or anything else?
No school during July and August at all.
Okay, and there are some breaks for religious holidays?
Yes, they have typically 2 weeks of breaks and for religious holidays.
Okay, there is a kitchen in the existing home that is to remain. Is there going to be any food preparation on site?
No cooking will be done on site. The kitchen on site will only be used to store and warm the food deliveries, which will occur once daily for breakfast and lunch.
Okay, so I believe in our statement of operations, we might have said twice, but the applicant has corrected us and indicated there'll be one delivery bringing both the breakfast and the lunch, since there's only up to 50 students at the school at a time. And who's responsible for the site maintenance? The lighting, the landscaping?
Applicant will be responsible for maintenance, including building, the parking area, sidewalks, landscaping, lighting, utilities, and the maintenance and cleaning will occur every day, and we'll have an outside vendor will provide the actual services.
In essence, that's the same way that you're operating today in Lakewood?
Yes.
Okay. And again, with extended deliveries, in addition to the food delivery coming once a day, what other types of deliveries do you anticipate coming to the site?
One daily UPS-sized delivery will occur in addition to the food delivery.
Okay, and I assume the UPS size delivery is just school supplies and office
Yes,
supplies?
Yeah, the deliveries include school and office supplies. That's what it is.
And how often do you anticipate the trash and recycling being picked up?
Applicant will be responsible for weekly trash hauling, probably twice a week.
Okay, and you heard earlier that we would agree to a condition that the trash pickup would not occur until after 8 a.m.?
Correct.
And the applicant's okay with that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and how about security? How's that going to be handled?
It's video security at this point.
Okay, and that's what you have in Lakewood, video security?
Yes.
Okay, and what about student recreation?
There's no activities or outdoor recreation are proposed. There will be a designated area containing a basketball hoop for half a court, and students may use the outdoor terrace for hanging out and recreation.
Thank you. Those are all the direct questions I have.
I notice there is no nurse facility within the building. Will there be a nurse provided?
Right now, all our staff are, they have training in CPR, but at this point, if there's anything we ever need, we call Hatzola or something like that.
We have encouraged a nurse to be on site in every school. We would encourage the same thing this time.
Okay.
Is the applicant willing to agree to have a nurse on site?
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Mr. Marzo?
I was just reading, I wanted to confirm, it says that the existing site has a jacuzzi and a trampoline. Are they going to be staying there, or are they going to be removed?
Removed.
Mr. Riker?
Could you clarify if there's going to be any summer camp proposed?
There will not be summer camp.
Okay, thank you.
Just going back to the trash, how many trash cans will there be?
Whatever the board suggests.
Well, I think the site engineer addressed the trash enclosure itself.
I'm sorry, I don't recall how many
Yeah,
cans.
I'm going to, come on up, I don't want to testify.
There will be 2 containers, one for solid waste and one for recyclables.
And how large will they be?
4-yard.
Dr. Campbell? Weekend use, Saturday, Sunday?
Closed.
Closed?
Is this school just, is regular high school, regular students, or is any special needs or problem?
It's a regular high school. They just need smaller individualized classes. We have 35, 38 children in the school now, through 9th through 12th. So you know, it works. They get through school, they give them the education, and they're
So,
good.
so it's not problem kids or anybody with special needs?
No.
Okay. How do you know it's only 10% are going to be driven there?
Based on how it is now?
So you're just guessing it could be
No, we know
50%?
now that very often at least 10% of the girls miss the bus, so the parents drive them in.
You can prove that?
What?
You can prove that? You can guarantee me only 10%? You can't do that. It could be 20%. It's possible, correct?
We
Yeah.
try the
Come on, come on.
Are you, Dr. Campbell, are you planning on providing, not busing, vans for all your students, and those 10% are students who missed, or 10% aren't initially provided with vans?
10% don't sign up for vans. Their parents would rather drive the children and pick them up.
So you're just going by the average, so you're not going to change your answer, and that's fine. Will anybody be sleeping there?
No.
Okay, are there showers going to be installed in there?
No. I don't think, no.
So it's not like
It's
a regular
9:30
school
to 3:30. The girls are out.
Well, what if somebody gets something spilled on them and they need to
Chair, I
take a
have a
shower?
question.
They go home.
If I could ask a brief question, just to, and this ties to ADA. To what extent is it the public equivalent of a 504 IEP or developmentally disabled clientele if you can speak to that, if it's an appropriate question. If not, I'll withdraw it. But that ties to ADA accessibility, and to the point of a shower, if there are particular special needs, you may require one, frankly, depending on the situation. So I'm trying to equate it to the public school environment where you may have a 504, an IEP plan, or can you speak to that at all? Unless it's not an appropriate question, I'll withdraw it. But that would tie to handicap accessibility and things of that nature, and perhaps that may even tie to the design for the window structures or the other related structures in the facility. You want it for the attorney or for the applicant? Thank you.
In their current school, they said they don't have any that fit into that category, so they're not anticipating it.
So I know, so I don't believe private schools are bound by.
I understand that.
Yeah, IEP 504.
But we're kind of like circumlocution on the question. And I think, that you have a very high instructor or caregiver ratio. So we're just trying to, if you have a statement of operations, it's just, what is the operation? I think that's really what some of the questions are alluding to.
I mean, for safety reasons, I would think there should be at least one. What if somebody spills hot water on them, grease or something like that, or gets something in their eyes?
I hope they go to the hospital.
Situation, you would.
No, I don't think that's the question, though. It's specific to health and safety of any of the tenant or the students that are there. So depending on the risk factors, depending on what is needed, there may be questions as it relates to either architecture, the window design, other safety features, fall features, other types of items that may not be in a typical facility, or how the outside is addressed. It ties directly to health and safety of the students.
I disagree. These are issues well beyond the board. You have an ordinance that you're supposed to be looking at. This is a site plan application. You don't get into the building code. You don't get into these other issues. This is not something
That's why I'm asking
within
the
your
question,
purview.
but that's why I'm asking the question. And that's why we're
Because you're
having
not
the
supposed to
discussion.
answer it?
Then that's fine. That's fine. At least it's on the record. Thank you.
I don't even understand your point.
That's fine.
Dr. Campbell? Again, the maximum number of students that you're anticipating is
50.
60?
50.
Sorry, 50. So obviously, if it would be over 50, you'd have to come back in front of this board if your enrollment increased over 50? Yeah? Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Mr. Marzo?
There's a basement. What's going to be done with the basement?
The architect probably is better to address that.
Okay. And there's also an existing kitchen. So are there any appliances that are going to be remaining in that kitchen?
Again, we'll have the architect talk about that because the kitchen's purpose is just to warm the food that comes in. It's not going to be any cooking on site.
Mr. Riker?
I'm sorry. The engineer had indicated that you'd have wall packs lighting at the rear of the building. The lighting would cover 30 to 40 feet. Is there going to be recreation behind the building after hours that you need that vast amount of lighting?
We don't anticipate any recreation after school, no.
Okay, so would it be appropriate to reduce the amount of throw, if you would, consider it for the lighting, to a reasonable amount, not 30 to 40 feet off the building?
Well, whatever is reasonable. Maybe Mr. Klee or Mr. Peters could advise on that.
Maybe 10 to 12 feet sounds like a more reasonable distance?
I think 10 to 12, it's not really for, to light the area for recreation. It's more, I guess, for security.
Correct.
So I would think, the 40 feet seems a little bit excessive.
The applicant is willing to pull that back.
Yeah. Say 15 feet with, the diffused guards.
Okay.
And timers, did we discuss the timers on the lighting, or
Yeah, they go off at 10 p.m.
10 p.m.?
Any other questions for this witness?
Yeah, just one quick question through the chair. You mentioned 10 p.m., and I think you said the statement, the school ends at 3 and the staff is here till 4. Why are you extending the lighting until 10?
Maybe for security reasons?
Okay, would you be okay if the board would ask for it to be a little bit earlier?
What time are you thinking?
I just know the neighbors probably don't want it so well lit, so I'm thinking maybe 8, 9, 10 o'clock is a little bit late in the neighborhood like that.
I think the applicant can agree to that.
No problem.
8 PM then?
8 PM is fine.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Riker? Oh, Mr. Marzo, sorry.
Just one more. Are they going to be riding bikes? Can they
No.
ride bikes? No?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Jennings, I want to ask your client, the only use for the site is the school, so the fenced-in area in the back that may have had a previous use, that use is going to be abandoned?
Yeah, and all those structures that are back there are coming off.
All of them are coming off?
All are coming off.
Okay. And just to follow up on Councilman Bernstein's comment, once the capacity of the facility reaches 50, we have to come back here?
If we exceed 50, yes.
Any further expansion of the building would also require the applicant to come back here?
Agreed.
Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to call the architect, Melissa Mermelstein.
Good evening. Good evening.
Talk loud.
All right.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Melissa Mermelstein, Mermelstein.
And your qualifications.
Sure. I'm a graduate of the City College School of Architecture. I'm licensed in the state of New Jersey. I've appeared before this board and many other municipal boards throughout New Jersey, and the plans prepared were under my supervision.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you could briefly describe the applicant's proposal, and if you're going to rely on any exhibits, please identify them for the record.
Sure. If we could please pull up Exhibit A6. No, it's a different sheet. It was submitted to the board secretary.
A5. A6, please.
Thank you very much. So as previously described in testimony, we're proposing interior modifications and an addition to convert the 2.5-story home to a girls' high school. The existing home is 2,592 square feet at the first floor, with a proposed 1,056 square foot addition for a total of 3,648 square feet. The approximate length of the building is 107 feet 11 inches and approximately 40 feet 5 inches deep. At the first floor houses a lobby, a dining room, 1 classroom, 3 administrative offices, a break room, and a restroom. There are 2 existing porches and 1 deck. We are modifying the existing front deck to add an ADA accessible ramp to the first floor. The existing basement is 1,485 square feet, with again a proposed 1,056 square foot addition for a total of 2,531 square feet at the basement level. There is 1 teacher's room, 1 administrative office, 5 tutor rooms, 1 quiet room, and some storage and mechanical area at the basement. We are also proposing an outdoor terrace at that level for extra sunlight and recreation space to the basement. The existing second floor is 1,485 square feet with no addition proposed. There will be 3 classrooms, 2 bathrooms, 1 lounge, and 1 office. At the elevation, we're keeping the homey feel that the mission statement of the school proposes with this, but cleaning it up from what is existing with new siding and new windows, and again, as I mentioned, a new front deck. And And if the board has any questions, I would be happy to address them.
The buildings that are being kept in the very back, the storage areas, will those be modified to mirror the siding, et cetera, that is being done in the front?
Yes,
So
I anticipate that, yes.
that's good, thank you.
Sure.
I also see on the first floor, there's an extra office. That would be perhaps good for a nurse's office?
Perhaps, yeah. As we stipulated, sure.
I'm looking for it because there's water source nearby.
Right.
So it's important that there be water accessible for the nurse's office.
Absolutely, agreed.
All right, thank you. And is there a fire suppression
Yes,
system?
the building is required to be fully sprinklered with a fire alarm system.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Riker?
Will there be an elevator for the building?
There will not be. There's not required to be. So,
So if someone is downstairs, you're assuming that they're there without any physical limitation?
so there's an ADA accessible ramp to the ground floor, and code does not require there to be an elevator in this building for a number of reasons. I can go through them if you'd like. There's equal facilities at the ground level as there are on the upper and lower levels, and so no elevator is required from that perspective. From the size of the building, as well as the rehab code and the international building code that govern this project, there's no elevator required.
Okay. So you're over the 50% for the rehab code?
We
So
are,
you-
right.
So that would mean you'd have to bring it up to 100% compliance.
Well, how do you qualify 50% is the question.
I'm asking you, if you're modifying 50% of the building, you know, you're adding on to it, you're increasing the square footage, you're renovating it.
Under the IBC, we are still not required to put in an elevator.
Okay, so I'm trying to get the clarification. So if you've gone over the 50% threshold, you have to bring the building itself into 100% compliance, regardless of the elevator, is what I'm asking you.
Sorry? Right. I agree with Donna, sorry. The building envelope is not being changed. I would not qualify us as
Okay.
modifying 50% of the building.
It doesn't matter about, the building envelope has changed because you're putting an addition on it. And you're going into territories, I'm assuming, you know, I haven't been in the basement, but I'm assuming that basement is a basement down there with crickets and crawling things, and you're gonna, you know, renovate it and occupy it, so you're reusing that for a different use. You're putting an addition on, and you're renovating the building. So my question to you is, are you over the 50%? I would assume you are. So my question then is, if you are over 50%, do you have to bring the building up to 100% compliance with all the codes, the IBC, fire, this, that, the other thing, without touching the elevator? That's a separate,
Understood. Again, so if we are over 50%, then we will bring the building into full compliance with IBC.
okay. I don't know if you're 50%. Does anybody here know if you're over 50%?
We will make that determination.
Well, I think it should be made tonight.
No, actually, your building department would make that determination, so this would be subject to getting confirmation with the building department. It's not a planning board issue.
And we can go into the details to determine whether we are or not with takeoffs and, pricing out this project. We haven't gotten that far.
Well, the building department could care less about pricing. You know, they don't care if you got vinyl flooring, or if you got marble, or you got
That's
ceramic.
how the rehab code defines whether we are 50% or not, is 50% of the price of the project.
The price of the project,
That's correct.
not the building envelope.
That's correct.
Are you going to have an external PA system?
Speakers outside, is that a plan? No.
No.
You'll stipulate no outside speakers?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a question. Even though it may be building department, it's a concern for the planning board. The addition you're putting on, it's a walk-in basement, correct?
There are stairs down to the basement level. The addition is going to be flush with the first floor, so that's raised a couple feet above grade. And then the basement addition will be at the same level that the current basement's at.
Correct. But can you walk in from the outside, looking at the left-hand side, it's
Right.
below grade?
Right.
That's your entrance.
So that's one, I mean, the main entrance is the front door. That's where,
No, no.
that's adjacent to the lobby.
On the left side of the
Sure,
building.
sure.
where the
That goes
addition-
down to the outdoor terrace.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's basically walking in through the basement on that terrace.
So you come down, there's an outdoor area, that you're still outside the building, and then there's a door inside. Does that answer your question?
So there's no entrance into the basement from that outside?
There is, from the terrace, correct, there is.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's ground level?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, with that addition, does that give you an entrance into the rest of the basement from that addition?
The addition, yeah, so at the basement, once you're inside the building, it's contiguous with the rest of the basement.
Okay, so it's going to have an open flow in
Yeah.
there. Are there any other means of egress out of that basement?
Absolutely. So there's that outside door that you just described, and there's an interior stair. 2 ways out of the basement.
Which is code, okay, yeah. Are there any windows in that basement?
Sure. And we are proposing a window well, I believe, outside the teacher's room.
Great, that was what I was going to ask, an egress window.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
These building plans will have to get approved by the municipal building department, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you. You're satisfied that, given the increased use and the number of persons in the building, that there are sufficient means of egress and egress throughout the site?
Absolutely.
That's all I have, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick follow-up. I thought I heard there was, the kitchen was going to remain, but you just used for heating of the food. But I'm not seeing a kitchen area on the floor plans.
Sure, so in that break room area, so there's currently appliances in that area, and that's where the lunches that are delivered to the site will be warmed.
So they're delivering to the rear of the building?
They are coming through the front door to the break room adjacent to the dining room.
I'm not seeing when they come into the lobby, how do they get to the break room?
Around the stairwell, kind of adjacent to the secretary office, and then hang left.
I see. All right, thank you.
Sure.
I have a question. The new, the front door, will that be ADA compliant?
Absolutely.
There's a ramp to the left. Any other questions of
Yeah.
this witness?
Everybody good? I just want to just recap a couple of things. Everybody good? Okay. All right, so let's just go back to security just real quick. So the doors, is there going to be a swipe card system so that like a stranger can't just randomly walk into a home with 25 high school girls in it?
I don't.
50.
Or 50? It's equivalent of walking to a lion's den, but let's say that somebody wants to.
I don't think that there's definitely a lock on the door to close up shop in the afternoon. I think that the client would maybe be amenable to add a window from the secretary office. Well, there is actually an existing window, sorry, right there.
Yeah,
There's a window.
Some
Yeah.
kind of access system so that
Yeah.
people just can't
Come in and
walk
out. Mm-hmm.
into the home. It's the equivalent of what we've done with other projects.
That window right there is that front office, so access would be allowed or denied, by the secretary.
Could I ask a question for a second? I know in past applications, you guys had discussed before having a camera system
Yeah.
about connecting to the PD. Is that where,
That was my
Yeah,
next
okay.
question. Yeah.
I believe the applicant would be amenable to that, sure.
Yeah, they link it up to the police department so that if anything happens,
Sure.
the police can just automatically.
Just a brief question, is that a ramp I see, so you don't have to walk up if a child has mobility issues?
Absolutely, yes.
So that's a, yeah.
We're modifying the existing front deck that goes side to side, right? And that's the ramp right here.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. And as Mr. Halper indicated, there's sidewalk from the ADA parking spot that's adjacent.
Next, this is kind of just more of a clarification. So obviously, you're going to have to supply everything, just to expand on what Mr. Peters was saying. You have to supply everything to the building construction department, right? This is kind of just more for everybody's clarity. So they come back, number one, you're going to have, there's certain aspects of the ADA and IBC and everything that, there's no grandfather clauses, right? So you're going to have to obviously go up to the highest standards that are
That's right.
there.
Everything that's modified will be ADA
Right,
accessible.
there's very
Yeah.
very few grandfather clauses with the ADA and with the IBC. All right, that's number one.
Yeah.
Number two, if the construction of building come back and say, guess what, building can't support this many people, you have to replace this beam or that beam or put a support beam in or do whatever, and that changes the envelope of the building or the construction of the building in any way whatsoever, just so everybody is clear, then they have to come back, because they're going to have to seek a different type of approval, as long as it's not something that they can cure just administratively with the construction department. So there's a kind of a checks and balancing system, because I know that people are going to have some of those questions, so I'm just kind of putting it out there, because I've lived that. So that's just kind of informally how that is taken care of at that level. That's all I got.
You didn't ask the question, I stopped.
Oh.
About the cameras to the PD. Are the cameras going to be connected to the
Yeah,
local police
Yes.
department?
Yes.
Yeah, he
Okay,
asked that
okay.
question and we answered.
I spaced that, I'm sorry.
All right, so condition of approval, some kind of door security system, and the security system linked up to the police department.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Jennings, if you're finished with your testimony, I'd like to take a 10-minute break. Make sure your professionals stay in the areas so that the public can ask questions.
Absolutely.
10 minutes. understand, the first portion of the public session will be only questions to specific people, not general comments. Will someone please move to come back into session?
I move that we return to full session.
All in favor?
First Sullivan.
Aye.
Somebody please move to open the public session.
Make a motion to open public session for cross-examination of the professionals.
I'll second it, Bernstein.
All in favor?
Aye. All right, guys, just in case you didn't hear me last time, what this first part is going to be the cross-examination question part, right? So you're going to be able to come up and ask any relevant questions to whatever expert put testimony on, and you ask them about that testimony, all right? So who wants to race to the podium first?
Larry Schuster, 1467 Jordan Avenue.
All right, hang on, let me, please raise your right hand. Let me, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
All right, first name, last name for the record, spell your last name.
Larry Schuster, SCHUSTER.
All right, and your address for the record?
1467 Jordan Avenue.
All right.
I'm a direct neighbor across the street. The engineer, question. With this 10-inch pipe for the rain overflow, where is the water going after that?
Presently, the water drains off the site.
Into my yard.
I'm sorry?
Into my yard.
The calculations, the requirements for the stormwater management facilities require that reductions are made to make improvements over the existing conditions. So presently, the property is draining. I'm going to open up the plans. The property presently drains north toward Jordan Avenue, and right now there are reductions that are required and that are met. So there will still remain some flow that will be going off the site, but it will be reduced.
So the flow is going to be reduced,
Correct.
but the pavement is going to be increased.
Correct. That is correct. That the requirements for stormwater management are that when threshold is met of a certain level, certain amount of disturbance, or an increase in pavement, then not only is the proposal required to maintain the existing flow, the requirement is to improve and reduce the flow.
So
And
you
that-
already know there's a problem there, right? Correct? By saying it's going towards Jordan Avenue?
Flow always must go somewhere.
Into
and
my property?
Flow always has to go somewhere. There are drainage facilities near by the intersection of Jordan and
Yeah, gravity fed.
and an applicant is required to make improvements. Certainly, if there are existing issues in the larger area, the applicant is not able to improve over the larger area, but the proposal does provide the reductions required, so it will be better than existing.
Okay. Next question. With 4.1 acres, I believe it is,
4.27.
why is everything centered to the front of the property?
The reason for that is the applicant is desiring to provide an extension and limit the footprint of development.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name, spell your last for the record.
Sure. It's Dana Scotto,
You may want
SCO.
to bring, the other
I
guy
know,
was
a
a
little
little bit
short.
taller than you.
Dana Scotto, Scotto, first name Dana, Dana. I live at 470 Basso. My questions are also for the engineer. The basement. Does the basement have a bath? Does the basement have a
Ma'am, thank
bathroom
you.
facility?
I will let the architect answer building questions, I think is a better idea.
All right, the reasoning behind my question is, you say it's going to be a standard septic system. Standard septic system is just a tank that goes to a field. In the Pinelands,
Yeah, ma'am, if you just speak into the microphone, just so we
sorry.
can, yeah.
according to NJAC 7:9A, a standard system is a tank that goes to a field. We're in the Pinelands. Because of the nitrates, you have to put in an advanced wastewater treatment system. Your plan shows one tank and a field. That field will be sized based on students, teachers. It has to also include the food service. Just bringing in food still has to increase the septic field size. In addition to that, if you are putting in an ejector pump in the basement, the ejector pump then stipulates that you have to have 1.5% size increase in the tanks and the field. The field that is shown is just the minimum 10 feet to the property line. It does not look like there is any buffer to the parking lot or the sidewalk. If you look in the code does state any improvement shall be 10 feet. So you should have a 10-foot buffer from that sidewalk. You have to remain 25 feet from living space in that basement. And it's going to have 2 tanks at a minimum. So that's not shown on the plan. So I want to make sure there's a stipulation put that the health department include in their review that there's food service, whether it's delivered or not. When they say they're going to keep the food hot, they're also going to be required to have a food license from the Board of Health. Any food per NJSC 8:24 has to have a food license.
Okay, do we have any, we got to ask questions. Now is the time
Well, the
for
question
questions.
is, are they
Yeah.
putting in that ejector pump?
Right, so let's just direct the questions at the professionals.
I'm asking because I'm not seeing it on the
I know, so
plan.
take them one at a time.
Okay, so to answer your questions, the Pinelands requirements on this application actually does not allow for the reduction that would be provided for on a residential property by providing something like
Correct.
the amphidrome. And that is why the gravity system is proposed. Certainly, the applicant would have wanted to, if not for NJAC.
7:9A.
No, if not for the Pinelands.
Oh, for the Pinelands, okay.
requirements.
Pinelands is different.
And this plan was before the Pinelands. So the gravity system is what is proposed because that is what is required to be proposed, and that limits the amount of development that can be placed on such a system. Because as you are aware, the Pineland Special Amphidrome system allows for certain reductions. For
Correct,
example,
correct.
you would not need 3.2 acres. It can be placed on 1 acre, and there are other reductions that are allowed with the special Pineland system.
Correct.
This proposal is not allowed to utilize that, and therefore the proposal is required to use what is referred to as the standard.
The standard full size. They're not getting the reductions.
As a gravity system, we're not getting the reductions.
Correct.
And therefore, a proposal for a school in this area would only be possible for a school such as this size, a small school. Anything larger than this would require the special Pineland system, which is not allowed and is not possible. So
And are
this-
we going to keep it under 2,000 gallons per day?
Yes, that's certain, yes, it is less so. So going through your question, so first, this proposal is required to not utilize any reductions that are normally utilized for residential dwellings, and therefore, any school larger than this would simply not work at all. Regarding the ejector pump, yes, there is an ejector pump. I can't speak to specifically if there's a bathroom. An ejector pump could be for a sink also, and the architect can answer that question. But yes, there is an ejector pump. In terms of food service, this is not considered food service. Bringing in food and warming it up is not food preparation.
It is considered food preparation under NJC 8:24 under the Board of Health.
The food preparation means preparing food. It does not mean bringing in food.
Serving food. You can serve bottled water and you need a food license. So they would have to be licensed by the Board of Health because they're providing food to a child that's paying for that service.
What I'm not referring to the license. What I'm referring to is the sizing requirements of the septic system. That's what I'm referring to.
I kind of beg to differ. I mean, the food code is or the 7:9A, I believe it's section 7B. It takes right into it commercial food service. Once you are required to have a food license because you are commercially selling that food to that child, and actually, the food has to come from a wholesaler. The wholesaler sells it to the retailer. The retailer is you or the school that's providing that service to the child. So the health department has to review that. You say that the food's coming in once a day.
I don't
Under
wanna
the food code,
conflate-
it has to be held hot or held cold. You have to wash hands. You have to wash dishes that you're heating things, which is a food service,
Could
which
we,
is part of
I'm
seven.
sorry, but
It's part of
it's
the
just
septic.
questions now. You can
It's part of
testify
the-
later.
That's
Yeah,
part of the
ma'am.
septic question. Are they taking into account the food service? And the ejector pump is required under NJSC. Are you going to take that into effect for the septic?
The ejector pump is taken into account, and the food service is not required as part of the septic sizing. I don't want to conflate the licensing requirements for serving food with bringing in food where there's no food preparation.
Okay, that's fine. I'm a licensed registered environmental health specialist with the state of New Jersey for 30 years. I do septic systems
Okay,
for a
but-
living. This is why I'm questioning it, because in the town and the
ma'am.
county I work for, we require
Ma'am.
that. It's part of the state code.
Just questions, just
That's the
cross.
question.
I know it kind of gets convoluted and
That's
it's
the
easy to cross
question.
over. But, question, do you have another one?
Why is everything being proposed in the front yard? Can the septic be moved to the backyard to be made bigger?
We don't need bigger. The reason why the septic is being proposed where it is because there was a desire to limit the footprint of the development. Bigger is not required. It could be placed in the back, but there would be no reason to place it in the back.
Okay, I think I'm good for now.
Okay. Any other takers? All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Rebecca Zanger.
Just bring the microphone up to your mouth.
Rebecca Zanger, Szanger.
And your address?
1458 Jordan Ave. I believe that my question is going to be tailored towards the school representative.
I think you got to get some money. Oh, I think you might have broke.
We're running out of mics.
Hi, yes, you stated that you are closing in Lakewood. Why are you now moving from Lakewood to Jackson?
We're having more students, and we have a bigger piece of property.
Okay, thank you. So now my second question is going to lead into my third question. I've noticed on the plans that there is a room labeled quiet room. What is the need or use for this room?
It's a quiet room for just being yourself.
So what type of students would be using that room? What would
Anyone,
be
anyone who just desires just a little space, private space.
So are you anticipating children with behavioral issues?
No.
Okay. I have history working with students in high school age students in a non-conventional setting, much like those that will be attending the school-like environment that you are attempting to describe. What are the procedures if a student elopes?
Repeat the question again.
What would be the procedures if a student elopes? If a student tries to run away?
From their home?
No, from the school.
You would have to speak to the principal about that.
So do I have an answer to my question?
Do you have a taser gun?
Unfortunately, that would be child abuse.
If a child runs away from school,
Yes. And do what with the student?
and what?
And do what with the student?
Call
Where-
the parents and let them know that they ran away from school.
Okay, so then what is the danger that is posed to the residents in the community?
No danger. Why is there danger?
So what would happen if a student were to run from school and then get hurt on my property? As they're trying to hide in my barns and in my garages.
Okay, all right, so...
I think this is way too speculative and not
Yeah,
really
I think
relevant to the
we're kinda
operations of the
getting-
school.
But these are genuine questions.
It's relevant, it's...
It's relevant towards the security of the school.
No,
What is-
I fully understand that. If we're going to direct the security question, direct it in that way.
Okay, so-
I'm just saying, not in, am I going to be held liable? Am I
Oh, no,
gonna
that
be-
wasn't my question at all. I'm more stating,
It's-
what is the procedures if a student were to
Right,
elope?
let's direct it towards procedures, the safety procedures and stuff like that.
So what are the safety procedures if a student were to elope?
Well, I think she's asking more about the safety procedures that the school take into consideration to prevent something like that from happening. Is that,
Yes, that is correct.
okay.
One minute.
All right. Are all the doors locked? They're all locked, so there's no way for children just to kind of get out of the building and roam around the neighborhood, right? Well, that's a fair point.
Ladies and
Guys.
gentlemen, this is being recorded. We cannot have this type of noise. Only one questioner at a time, please. Thank you.
If a child runs away, leaves the school, we call the parents can't pick the child up.
From where?
They track them on their phones.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Riker?
Through the chair.
Everybody, this isn't a play. You don't clap.
All right,
This is testimony.
Donna, have them sit down for a second, please. Ms. Jennings, I'm sorry. Does the applicant have competent persons there to attend to the children? So you have competent people in your employ at this location? Competent?
He said competent.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And reading your statement of operations, there's a minimum of 12.
Right.
So you have a high ratio to children, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so your faculty is trained to deal with this kind of stuff?
correct,
Okay, and you're satisfied with their competency, correct?
correct.
So if a child, God forbid, needed CPR or they had a laceration or something like that, you'd be able to deal with it, correct?
Correct.
All right, so just to clarify this little bit of a debacle here, if someone were to be locked out and wander the property, you would know that they were missing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you have a procedure to get them back into play and keep them in the building, correct?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And may I ask a question? You have an existing facility in Lakewood. Has this ever been an issue in Lakewood where someone has run away from the building?
It was never an issue. No.
Okay, and let me just kind of set the sandbox that we're working in here, guys. So when an applicant brings an application before the planning board, what we have the ability of determining and ruling on for either approval or denial is whether they check all the boxes, okay? And those boxes in the checklist are basically the standards in the ordinance. The standards in the ordinance are height, setbacks, is it the permitted use, is it the not permitted use, is it the conditional use, the shrubbery, the parking spaces, all different standards that they have to check the boxes. When it comes down to speculative things like that, we can't, they're not any of the boxes that the board has a jurisdiction over. The board has jurisdiction by case law as an extension for the municipal land use law to take into consideration, safety and hazards and to a certain extent the hours of operations and the operational standards and policies and procedures and stuff like that of the applicant's business. But when you get too speculative, it doesn't, we don't have the jurisdiction to deny or approve an application based off that. And I just want to make sure that everybody is clear on that, just so we don't go down lines of reasoning with liability, or if somebody runs out of the property, runs 3 houses down, what's going to happen? The board doesn't have the ability. I would love to have the ability to take that into consideration, but based upon the Supreme Court, the Appellate Division, and municipal land use law, and the statutes and Congress, we don't have the ability of doing that. Just to kind of prevent, just everybody knows the sandbox that we're operating in. All right. Now it's your turn.
To the chair, could I just ask one quick question, just to clarify? This is not a school for children with special needs. This is a school for children who just need a smaller educational setting than the typical private school in the area?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what the typical class size of all the other girls' schools, all girls' schools in the area are?
30 children per class.
And how many classes, how many, usually 100, 200, how many girls are usually in each grade? So this is significantly smaller. This is just meant to be a smaller academic setting.
Correct. At this point, we have 38 tops children in the school through 4 grades.
4 grades.
And the typical school has 30 children per grade.
Okay, but these are not special needs children.
Correct.
Okay.
And just an extension of that, you have policies and procedures in place in the school, making sure that kids just can't leave the room and disappear, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Okay, your turn. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Deb Jones, Jones.
And your address?
Hyson.
Yeah. Oh, your address, ma'am?
Hyson Road, Jackson.
Hyson.
My first question is for the business administrator. You said that there will not be parking on Basso, but you're also not asking for signs from the township. Is somebody asking for signs? Because if there's no signs there, how are they going to know not to park? And if the police try to ticket them for parking, won't they just say they didn't know? You can't follow a direction if it's not put in front of you.
We will advise everybody that is coming to the school that they're not allowed to park on Basso Street. There's plenty of parking in the parking lot, as the students are not allowed to drive.
With all due respect, I work in a Jackson school, and we also tell our parents that they cannot park on the streets in the neighborhood, and they still park.
Okay,
So
well-
if there's no signs, you can't
Yeah.
enforce something that you're not putting a sign for. So will you be requesting signs from the township?
No, and I don't know why anybody would park on Basso Street and walk 230 feet when they can park in the parking lot right next to the building.
Well, you know why? Because at the end of the day, when the parents who are dropping off and picking up, people don't want to wait in the traffic.
You're talking about up to 50 kids. This is not a school that has thousands of students.
Well, I agree to disagree that we're talking about 50 kids now, but we
This
all.
approval is limited to
I
50.
didn't cut you off. I should be able to finish my sentence.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Every school, you can say it's 50 kids, but you're also saying that these are children that don't have IEPs, that they don't need to have IEPs. So that means that they're not special ed of any kind. Have they been tested? Because if they're being asked to leave a general population, there's usually a reason. I know this because I work in special ed. My kids can't be in a full classroom. There's a reason for that. So without them being tested, I don't think anyone here can say they're not special needs. So are they tested before they enter the school?
Ma'am, just so everybody's clear, the board doesn't have the jurisdiction, like by any, by
Oh, no, I
anything.
understand that.
No, let me just finish, because I really just want to make sure that everybody's clear on this. When it comes down to, I mean, we can't dictate the business operations of a private company at the board level. We can put stipulations on what they can and can't do on the site and stuff when it comes down to their business practices and what they do procedurally and policy-wise. We don't have the authority of doing that.
But I'm not asking you to make your decision based on that. I'm asking as a taxpayer in this town to know that my tax dollars are being properly used. And in this application, it is a question. Even when it came down to asking a simple question of elopement. Elopement doesn't mean a kid just running away. It's a child that is escaping for a reason.
Right, but...
So I'm not asking for an answer for that. I would just like to have somebody speak who has a little bit of knowledge behind where it's coming from, so that when you guys who are representing us are putting this forward,
Right.
I want to be able to put my head on the pillow and say they made the best
question
choice
has
they
to
could.
The question has to be relevant to something that the board has jurisdiction to make a determination on. That's all I'm
I
saying.
understand that, and the jurisdiction is the amount of people. So I'll go past that, that's fine. As far as the pipe that you spoke about, that's doing the water,
Okay, that's Eli, so hold on a second.
okay.
Eli?
Ms. Jennings, I just have a question to answer Ms. Johns for 1 second about the parking. Would the applicant be adverse to asking the governing body to look into putting a no parking sign in Basso?
We can certainly ask.
Because that would be an ordinance, I think. And
We've done it before.
we've done it before. We've asked applicants before, and then that request comes to the governing body and council and the mayor's office. We'll look into it.
Right, so we'll ask, but we're not going to be obligated to actually make sure it happens. I mean, we'll
Right.
ask. If the town doesn't take action and do anything, it's not really on the applicant.
And Ms. Jones, just so you're aware, I think the township just recently passed ordinances that further restrict parking on public roads, on township roads. I think it's a much enhanced, stricter form of parking than what's in the past. I don't specifically have an eidetic memory, right? So I don't have a photographic memory. So I don't exactly remember what the standards are per this street, but I know that they're a much more enhanced version. So when it comes down to the policing authority that the township has, they're in a much better spot to do it right now. And that was just recently done, I believe. So
Are you
just-
talking about the township roads that go to county roads?
I
And
believe
the
whatever the
no-
ordinance was, it just enhanced the parking restrictions. Yeah.
All right, well, if they're going to do their due diligence, that would be wonderful. The pipe, you're talking about the drainage, and you're saying you don't have to make any of these accommodations, but for your neighbors around you, wouldn't it be something that you guys could look into so that you're not taking your problem and dumping it on someone else?
The applicant is willing, just to clarify, that flow is not, it's not a problem. When it rains, it goes to the low point, and the applicant is making sure to provide reductions, and yes, the applicant is willing to provide reductions greater than is proposed and is required. So right now, there is a 10-inch pipe, which is not a large pipe. More storage could be provided to allow for an 8-inch pipe. There has to be some outflow. Right now, it's going somewhere. It has to go, it always is going to go somewhere, and although the applicant is providing reductions, the applicant can provide more storage to provide for a smaller pipe.
Well, I think that would be good considering you're putting pavement where there's grass, which
Yes.
is taking on the water that pavement will not take on. And then my question is for third person, and I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. Melissa?
Architect.
You had said about the front door being ADA compliant, and maybe I missed this when I was listening, But if the front door is going to be ADA compliant, does that mean the bathrooms are as well ADA compliant?
Absolutely, the bathrooms are ADA compliant.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Great.
Thank you.
Mr. Klee, just so I have everything in the back of my head. Guys, if we can just keep it down. And we got to keep the whispering down a little bit because we have a transcriber who's going to be going back and going through everything. So we have to make sure that that one person speaks at a time. There's no overlapping testimony. It's hard to do because there's always background chatter, but we got to keep the background chatter to a minimum, all right? But when it comes down to the discharge, Mr. Klee, the DEP and the Department of Health, they take adjacent property owners' discharge and water flows and everything like that into consideration, right?
Correct. Correct. The regulations the township adopted, the ordinances take into account, and the Pinelands require certain reductions in
And the
volume.
Pinelands also takes a look at it as well.
Yes.
All right.
And before it moves forward, the applicant or the Pinelands would have to issue a letter of no further review, which would only be issued if they met all the reductions. And it sounds like the applicant's willing to do more by reducing pipe size, will hold more water.
Right, but this still has to be governed and looked at by DEP, Pinelands, Department of...
I don't know about DEP in this case, but Pinelands,
Right, but Pinelands,
is a
yes,
regulatory
yeah,
agency,
right.
and I don't know if the health department would get involved with stormwater.
Right.
The septic flows
Septic
and the water
flows,
supply,
yeah.
definitely, but not so much on the stormwater.
Right.
Next.
My concern is it sounds like there's a pre-existing water condition already.
That's what I was, yeah.
So if there is already a pre-existing water condition, then flow is not a proper answer, because then we have a bigger issue, because now you're going to create more of a water problem. So I think that's the impression I'm getting. Correct me if I'm wrong.
There is an existing flow off of the property, like all properties have flow, and an applicant is required when adding pavement, which without doing anything would increase the problem, obviously. The applicant is required to not only make sure that he is not worsening the problem, he is required to improve upon any outflow.
Okay, I understand all of that, and I understand what the people are saying, but I think they're kind of asking you if you can pipe the water somewhere else or further back on the property, which would make sense to me. If you already have a pre-existing condition, when it rains, it floods, are you prepared to be responsible for a neighbor's house that gets flooded because of your issue?
The reason why the applicant is willing, like I just spoke, is willing to further add storage beyond what is shown right now in order to further reduce the pipe. The decision of where flow goes is really the grading, is really the natural topography. To place an outfall at a higher point would create...
Yeah, where I was going...
You can't do that. You cannot do that.
Mr. Gazarovski, yeah, if... Yeah. All right, so where I was where I was going with this was that what's going to happen here, just because I know that some people have concerns with the stormwater, right? Their stormwater is going to be now up to the highest standard as opposed to where it was before, right? So it's not going to be grandfathered then based upon the new stormwater regs. On top of that, what happens in the outside agency approval is that the Pinelands are now also going to have to make sure that what they are doing isn't going to be a detriment to any adjacent property owners, neighbors, things of that nature. So when they take a look at the stormwater, right, they also take a look at what the impact is going to be on the adjacent property owners and everything like that. So I wouldn't say it's a checks and balancing system, but it certainly helps. Now in certain situations, you may want to have, if you do have that significant of a drainage issue, rainwater management, as you have right now, you may want to contact the township engineer and just kind of put, just say, hey, listen, something's going on here, may need to, take a look at this, all right? That's one way of trying to rectify the situation. All right, so there's all different ways, but this, in all honesty, there's going to be a double checks and balancing system in place here to make them go in and put the new regs in, the new codes that are much stricter than the old ones. And they're going to have to get past that. So if, I don't want to put anybody at ease, but that may help a little bit. I'm sorry, I totally cut you off when you were coming up to the stand.
And if I could, just to reiterate, Eli, the reduction is 65% reduction, correct?
There are different reductions referring to flow, quantity, and quality, and the applicant is meeting and is going to exceed the requirements.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right.
My
Please-
name is Deanna Shedden, Scheddin. I live at 1433 Jordan Avenue. My question is for the gentleman. You're asking for a waiver for the parking lot in the front. We're asking you why and put it in the back because it's an eyesore when we look outside and we see a parking lot when it's a rural area, it's farm. We don't want to see a school. A parking lot, yeah.
The board would be deciding to act on the waiver. The reason why the applicant is seeking to have the parking in the front is because this is the Pinelands area, and keeping the parking within the footprint of already developed area is preserving more of the Pinelands, is preserving more of the property and more of the Pinelands. And although this is called a waiver, this is made sure to maintain the parking beyond the front setback. So although it is in front of the building, but it is beyond the front setback. It's not within the front setback. And that is why I believe that it is justified to grant the waiver. That is why. Putting it in the back would require a lot more disturbance than is shown, obviously. It would be disturbing a large amount of property in the Pinelands, and it makes sense to maintain it in the front with screening as is required by the landscape plan.
How much property do you have in the back to where you can put in there? You're putting already for the fire trucks on the side, so if you put the parking lot in the back and you leave the front alone,
Right now, the rear of the property is undisturbed.
for now.
Correct. You're concerned with the look, and I understand, a school on Basso Street. What is a school on Basso Street doing there? The school is a small school. There is not a lot of parking, and it will be screened and beyond the front setback. To place it in the back would disturb more, and I believe it is more sensible to keep it in the front.
Through the chair. Can we pull up the screening plan for a second on there?
Ladies and gentlemen, you cannot speak out.
Which exhibit is it?
You could pull up A3.
A3?
Yes, that's it.
Could you point out on with the pointer the screening?
The front setback. Sorry. The front setback is right along where I am pointing. The front setback is 80 feet, and the parking is made sure to be beyond the front setback. This section over here will have screening, so
Could you describe the screening?
the screening will be a combination of evergreens and shrubs also, and someone driving or living in the neighborhood will be screened from the parking area via the screening along, the required screening along the sides, the front, and the both sides. There are existing trees also that are going to be
The
kept.
screening goes along the width of the entire property?
The screening goes along the entire property. It goes along the sides of the adjacent properties and the front of the property because the street abuts a residential.
So along Basso, would the applicant be okay with maybe adding a little bit more screening?
Yes, the applicant can add more screening. There's a 10-foot requirement. The applicant could provide 15 feet or.
That'd be nice.
I think that would be something
Yeah.
that I think would keep the rural Basso, which is what I think the residents are concerned with over here.
Yeah, definitely, because it is an eyesore. I mean, I can see where you can go straight in the back, but that driveway straight in the back, and you could do all your parking back there, because that's all where the horses were in the back. They're tearing down the building right there to the left.
So would the applicant be amendable to screening, putting an additional layer of screening on to make sure that you can't see it from the road?
Just by Basso?
Yes. The applicant is willing to provide a 15-foot wide, an extra layer.
Extra layer.
5 feet, an extra layer. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Just writing notes. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Always.
All right. And please state your name, spell your last for the record.
So first name Stephanie, Marciel Werenberg, Marcille, Werenberg, 598 Basso Street. So I guess maybe I missed the conversation earlier. It could be for you or planning board or zoning, but isn't this a residential area, and why are we putting a commercial building?
What happens, private schools are permitted use in this zone. So it's a residential, maybe the planner could give more detailed analysis, but the gist of it is that it's a permitted use in the zone. Therefore, as long as they conform with, again, going back to the check boxes of everything they have to comply with pursuant to the ordinance, height, setbacks, stuff like that, then it's a conforming use.
So what was the desire to come to Basso? It is literally a quiet neighborhood. People like that. The traffic is going to be unbearable at certain
I
times.
don't have the answer.
Yeah.
Maybe he does. Or somebody does.
I just think quality of life could be different, but I just don't understand why you chose. And then if you could bring the screen back up with the house, because if you want to be on Basso, you should conform to the houses and what's around. No eyesore. There was no respect. And then for the gentleman, for the water to go into his area.
So yeah, we have to ask questions in this part.
Sorry.
Next part's going to be the general comment.
Understood.
Right.
But I just want to know why that, but.
Well, so let's,
So
do you
here's
have?
the house, right? And why don't you just make it look uniform, like a homestead? So put the parking in the back and have it look like it's a home and not a school. So I think that's my question, because we want it to look like a home.
Well, I think that looks like a home. I mean, I guess it's a matter of opinion.
I see parking lot spaces, put it in the back. If you're coming in onto Basso, it should look not like a school with the lines.
The applicant just just agreed to a stipulation where they're going to put an additional layer of screening so that you can't see the parking lot or any of the parking from the street. That's the spirit and intent of what the applicant has agreed to. So does that help you?
Well, that's part of it, but I guess I want to understand why how did you find, why on Basso in the quiet area, I guess?
I'm going to have to direct that question.
I believe
to
that the witness, had testified that they have students in Jackson, that the Lakewood School only is on an acre. This is 4.5 acres. They like the way it will look and feel for the students. And so they looked for a piece of property in Jackson that permitted schools. This is one of them. And they've basically complied with the township ordinance.
So then my question about the piping, who is that for then?
That would go towards the engineer.
Oh, yeah, okay. So the backyard, it's up high, correct?
Correct, yes.
So why would you do a piping to go down where if it's up, why not dig a trench, put the pipe and let the water run to the back instead of to somebody's yard? Because are you familiar with septic?
Yes.
And all that? And what happens when septic gets clogged?
Yes.
Do you ever smell it? And then if that happens, it's going to get disrupted. So what are the plans for that? But I think you should put the piping through the back.
One question at a time. One question at a time. So if you're going to ask him a question, you got to let him
I just want
answer.
to make sure I don't forget anything. I do have 4 pages, but I'm just keeping it to 1.
So to clarify, the reason why we're discussing a pipe and flow, and to clarify, this is going on right now, and there is flow going off the property. The reason why the flow always will go to the lower portion. It is not possible to send water to the higher elevation because it'll just come back down to the lower elevation. So there is a pipe, and to clarify, again, this is going on right now. This is something going on right now. There is flow coming off of the property, and the applicant, by placing the storage, is making an improvement. So it's not making it worse, it's improving the existing conditions, because that is something the applicant is required to do.
Yeah, but if the property is up high, at some point on the other end, it must go down. So just create the pipe so it goes up and down and goes through the back. I don't know. That's just my 2 cents.
Any other questions?
I have a lot more, but I'll stop with this.
Okay.
Come on up, ma'am, just hold a thought. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to engage with the engineer, just so everyone has an understanding of how this water flow and everything works, because I don't expect the general public to do it. So you have 2 types of basins, retention and detention. And without me testifying for the applicant, what happens is you have a coffee cup that fills up, and it soaks into the ground, and in the Pinelands, I'm saying this as the environmental commissioner for the town, it filtrates because it's set up with a certain type of sand, and it percolates back into the ground and gets reused. So let's make believe that we have a 12-ounce coffee cup. Just bear with me, folks. I keep pouring the kettle in, and now it starts to overflow. It goes into the pipe. Now, what this whole thing is really about is whatever's coming out of that pipe, or whatever size pipe it is, the applicant is forced to reduce it, to mitigate it. This happens on every project, and that is what the applicant is testifying. Further than that, you'll see at the end of the pipe, it's a little triangular thing. That is the outfall, and the outfall takes through what's called a weir. A weir slows it down. It's like a pursed lip, so when the pressure gets up high enough, it opens up just a little bit and lets that water kind of seep out and leak out. Now, water runs through a pipe very quickly. If I dumped a glass of water on the table, my colleagues would split. That's the reason why we have the riprap. And if you look in each of these basins around town, you'll see this little 4x4 structure that's got a grate on it, and it's got a slit in the front of it, like at the Hess gas station. And the way that works is, whatever's in the basin, if you got floatables, plastic coffee cups, bottles, whatever, all that stuff gets hung up on the basin, and the water goes into that slot. If it gets to be a 100-year storm where, things are out of control all over town, the water dumps over the top. But we still have that weir, that pursed lip that slowly lets that water out. So it's not going to come flying out the way it is now. So the size of the pipe really, in conversation, doesn't make a difference. It's the outflow. And I think the applicant's engineer, maybe hasn't expanded on that enough. But that is how the water is managed to go off site. You just can't let it rip. It has to be slowly pursed at the appropriate time, and that is done through a weir or a small hole. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right. Please.
I have a follow-up.
Oh, you're back.
Do I have to do this again? It's Scotto, Dana, 470 Basso Street.
There you go.
I will tell the truth. My follow-up question is really for the township. Our township engineer will be reviewing their stormwater management plan?
So, Mr. Klee, if you want to step in.
Not the township engineer, the planning board engineer, which is me.
Okay.
And they have submitted the calculations. I reviewed them. They're consistent with the ordinance.
Okay.
The reductions that are required are being met. And then I'll say there's another layer of review at the Pinelands Commission.
Okay. Okay. My next question. You said when people asked about moving the parking lot to the backyard, we would like it to look like a neighborhood. You have a large, already cleared backyard. The front yard has a ton of trees. So you're talking about disturbing the wetlands, or the pinelands, I should say, the pinelands. You're talking about not disturbing the pinelands by moving it to the back. There are no trees. In the front, we have mature, established pine trees that are going to be removed to put in this retention, detention basin. Why can't we consider it being in the backyard, especially since the backyard backs to other property that's industrial?
I think we've asked and answered this question several times. We have a concern about disturbing the back, but I also, while we're doing this, I was looking at Mr. Peters' report and the section of the ordinance that he cited and called out a potential design waiver. And when I reread that section, I actually don't even think we need the design waiver, because it does say that parking areas in residential zones for uses other than single-family and two-family dwellings may be located in the rear or side yard, but shall not be located in any required front yard setback. It uses the word setback. We are not within the setback. We are well beyond the front yard setback. Yes, we're in the front yard, but not within the front yard setback. So it's debatable that we even need it, and it makes more sense to have it in the front because we don't want to disturb undisturbed areas in the pinelands.
But the area in the front is pinelands, it's trees. The back is already a field that was feed for horses. So it's not disturbed, you're just going to put pavement on there. Now you're going to take trees out to now replant trees along the borders. And we have to also make sure that the parking lots and this runoff, if you're looking at this picture of the house, the septic is going to be to the left. The gradient of the area goes to the left. As you say, north. It heads north. So now your parking lot and everything heads towards the septic, and that detention, retention basin is in the front. So I'm assuming you're going to regrade now towards the street. You've removed the trees. If we put the parking lot in the back and you put a detention, retention basin back there, it frees up the area in the front for your septic if it needs to be expanded. As you said, if you were to expand the school, you would have to come back. You'd need a more septic area. So you'd be disturbing the back in the second place. So my question is I don't understand why we're going to disturb mature pineland trees when you're saying it in the back, it would be more of a disturbance when it's already flat ground. That's my question. In
Okay, I
a-
think that's been asked and answered, and our answer isn't
Okay.
changing.
So the next question I have is, all your roof runoff, now you are extending the roof surface. So all the rain leaders, they're going into dry wells? Or are they going to be connected and piped to the system in the front?
They are going to be connected and piped to the system in the front.
And it'll be
drainage
solid pipe, it won't be impervious pipe?
The pipe will be, roof drain pipe will be PVC pipe piped into,
But will it be perforated or solid pipe?
it'll be solid pipe. The roof drains will be solid pipe
Okay.
to the, and it will collect into the system, and it is part of the drainage calculations which are reviewed by the board
The
engineer.
reasoning for my question is because I just want to make sure all that runoff doesn't land on that septic, and that septic gets taxed, and then the septic overflows, goes into your detention basin, then runs down the street to our neighbors.
I appreciate your concerns, and care was made to ensure that all the runoff is collected and the reductions are made, and curbing and catch basins ensure that the flow is not going to the septic system.
All right, so we'll take out the trees that absorb the water and just add more detention basins.
I think he's getting shortchanged back there. Yeah, I see. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name, spell your last for the record.
Edward Betts. I live at 14 Scottsdale Court.
Okay.
I have questions for the architect. Hi. It's my understanding that the use of the first floor and the second floor is going to be school.
And the basement, correct?
Microphone, please.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
It's tempting to talk to her, as attractive as you are. So then if it's school use, then you're designing for 100-pound live load
Yes,
for the first floor and the second floor.
yes.
And you're aware that this house was built with a 40-pound live load for the first and second floor.
If the building code will require us to beef up the structure, then we'll do so.
Okay, so you're aware then, based on what I believe, the foundations are inadequate. So you're going to be underpinning the foundations,
If required.
and you're going to be tripling the floor joists.
Again, if required. We will do those analysis.
All right. So I want to bring this to everyone's attention, because when we start talking about the cost of this renovation, it's going to be enormous. You're well beyond 50%. So I just thought I'd point that out. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you finally made it.
John Vazzosi.
Yeah, please raise your right hand. You
John
swear or
Vazzosi.
affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Please
John
state your-
Vazzosi, 565 Basso. It's V as in Victor, EZZOSI. So my question is for the executive director.
And if you could speak into the microphone,
Yes.
please. Thank you.
Lower it. So you're currently at 555 Joe Parker, right?
Correct.
Okay, so what do you guys do during the summer with that property?
It's empty.
It's empty. Okay. And that's the same intent on Basso?
Yes.
Okay, so the property's just going to be vacant, nobody's going to be there?
Correct.
Okay. Can you elaborate on some of the extracurricular activities you currently provide at Joe Parker, per your website?
We take them on trips.
Okay.
Extracurricular activities.
Do you do cooking?
We don't.
It says it on your website.
Right. We don't cook there. We prepare it.
No, it says cooking. It says one of the, and I'll quote, "The girls have another opportunity to shine at an extracurricular where everyone can find that thing they're amazing at and love to do."
A what?
That thing they're amazing at and love to do, including gym, cooking, art, woodworking, Wish we had more of that in the public schools. Gardening and more. So do they do cooking at
They
Joe
prepare
Parker?
the cooking there. They don't actually cook it there. The teacher, like, let's say they make a bread, the teacher brings it out afterwards. And
Okay,
whatever
so
it
they
is,
make, so they cook bread
they
at
make,
the...
they'll make a salads.
Oh.
There's actually no cooking going on.
Okay.
But they do woodworking.
What about woodworking?
If there is, they do that, yes.
I'm sure they are. Are they going to do woodworking at this school, where you're moving?
We have professional teachers and staff that will do everything that they're supposed to be doing.
Okay. Okay, that's all I got.
Thank you.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name, spell your last for the record.
Rania, last name Asimahmoud, and I'm in Jackson off of Hyson Road.
Your address?
486.
Thank you.
So a few questions. First one is regarding the lights. Who do I address
May go to
that
the engineer. Yeah.
Okay. So if the school hours are 9 to 4, why do the lights even have to be on till 8 o'clock? Why isn't it just on and off during operational hours?
It only is for security purposes, and the applicant is willing to have it off.
But it's in a residential area.
The applicant is willing to have it off earlier if the board will so direct. It is for security purposes. The school's hours are as stated.
Dr. Campbell? I think we had a discussion earlier that there's a level of security that exists that we want to maintain. 8 o'clock seems to be a normal residential time that people's houses
My kids
are well
are
lit.
in bed at 8 o'clock, like at that time.
And the lights will be
The
off
lights
at
will be
8
going off at
o'clock.
8 o'clock, and that's why we moved from 10
But
to
if
8.
operational hours are 9 to 4 and nobody's
lights
at
are
the
for
school and the
security.
security is linked directly to the police station, why do they need to be on for longer hours?
Chair, can I just have an adjunct to that question? The type of lighting, I don't know, maybe there was testimony.
We did, 12
Directional-
feet.
No, that's not what I mean. Directional lighting with the covers.
Yeah,
so that was on the record?
It is.
So maybe the applicant just wants to expand on the type of lighting where it's not,
The lighting plan shows also the level of lighting that will affect the neighboring properties, and the lighting is meant for the parking area, for a small area in the rear to be lit, and having the area lit will help prevent vandalism. There are going to
It's
be
a residential area. It's a private residential area.
Okay, and there are going to be cutoff shields, and in a way that even when it is lit, there will be minimal glare onto the neighboring properties. And therefore, because it is a residential property, the applicant will have it off at 8 o'clock is a good time to have it off a residential property as per what the board is directing. But having it lit will prevent will prevent vandalism.
We already have a lighting pollution here where a lot of other properties' lights travel into my home and onto my property. So I could imagine for a school, I could see it as a concern. So that was that question.
So to class, there are cutoff shields, and the plans are required to show that the level of lighting is reduced at the property line. So care is implemented in the plans to make sure that the properties aren't affected by the glare.
Okay. Second question I have is regarding trash, the trash pickup. So the hours of operation for the school will be 9 to 4. And you had, or someone had stated that the trash pickup would be after 9 a.m.? Is that correct?
8 a.m.
After 8. So elementary school buses travel through Jackson between 8 and 9. My child gets picked up at close to 8:40. Do you think that's going to be a problem on a street that's 24 to 25 feet wide with about, I don't know, 4 vans, 15 to 25 possible staff, plus delivery, plus the trash pickup, plus school buses? No school buses. Jackson school buses don't go down Basso?
No, the school will not be adding to the school buses.
So now we have all the vans, 15 to 25 staff, plus trash pickup, plus delivery, plus a parking lot in the front, and we don't anticipate traffic leading out into the road disrupting the neighbors there?
There will be a minimal traffic impact because of...
I've just estimated 50 students within the 4 vans, plus approximately 15 to 25 staff in and out, morning and afternoon, plus delivery, plus trash throughout the week, plus Jackson school buses, all between 8 and 9. And that's a really small street.
The use is, there certainly will be more traffic versus a house. However, the school size is small, and there was...
Small for you, but for the residents that are not used to it, and as you are pushing with your answer, the residents are pushing with their questions. It's disrupting the residents right now, the amount of traffic
I'm sorry, but
that's
it's a
going in.
permitted use. And so off-site traffic is not an issue in a permitted use application.
So creating an uncomfortable situation for those residents is okay, to create the tensions there.
The client has a
You're not
right to
putting-
develop the site with a permitted use. This is a permitted use.
Yep. Ma'am.
But you're not
ma'am.
putting the considerations of the residents.
We are.
in
We're
there.
following all of the township ordinance requirements.
Okay, everybody stop talking. All right, so a couple of things I need to say. Number one, I fully respect your ability to ask questions, and your right to, but when you ask a question, you got to let them answer. You
Okay.
can't keep on cutting them off, all right?
Got it.
Number two, I'm going to kind of give you my template spiel on off-site traffic that the planning board basically has no jurisdiction over, all right? So just so everybody is clear, what's happened at the Supreme Court level, all right? Everybody stop talking. I just want to make sure everybody is fully aware of this, all right? What happens is that at the planning board level, we cannot take into consideration off-site traffic, all right, in either approving or denying an application. That is straight from the Supreme Court. That is case law with a number of cases. I don't know why the Supreme Court decided to do that, but with that being said, the zoning board has the ability of taking that into consideration and approving or denying. For whatever reason, they decided to make a significant record that the planning board can't. So I fully understand, and listen, this board has traffic reports in front of them all the time, traffic experts. It's a bizarre determination, but it is what it is. Our hands are tied. We cannot take off-site traffic into consideration. Once it crosses the threshold of the ingress and egress for hazard and safety and efficiency purposes and everything like that, circulation plan inside of the property itself, yes, we can. We can take those two things in. Off-site traffic, for whatever bizarre reason, Supreme Court literally bound our hands and we're handcuffed when it comes down to that. So I understand it's a hot topic and it's a very easy thing to focus on and latch onto, but the board literally cannot render a determination for either approving or denying an application based upon off-site traffic. So I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I do have another question, and I don't know if it's appropriate for anybody here, but for me as a taxpayer, it's a fair question. So I don't know who to address it to. But the taxes and the budget for the education, who's paying for the vans and transportation for these children? Our educational budget is already negative 30 million right now. And where are these students getting this tuition money from?
Couple of things. Number one, I guess the applicant's going to ask or answer the question as to how the private busing is occurring, right? But a separate answer to your question would be two venues, either Board of Education, all right? You can go there and you can ask them about the budget transportation, whatever contracts they have with busing, however the bid system operates for that in this township. You can go to freeholders, or I think they call them commissioners now, right, and go to transportation meetings, talk about that. You can also go to Township Council. Some of what you brought up may be relevant, there. So there's different.
But there's a school being built here.
No, I know, but what I'm saying to you is that you're bringing up public.
Because our tax dollars are going.
Right.
Sorry,
but
I don't mean to cut you off.
No, I know that, but what I'm saying to you is that what you're bringing up, the board doesn't have any jurisdiction to even take into consideration, nor do we have the ability of really opining on.
So maybe one of the specialists can answer. Where's the
Even
school
asking
coming
that question could jeopardize an application.
So when it comes down to, the applicant can answer your question as to whether they're going to provide busing out of their own pocket, is it going to be private service, things like that.
Okay.
That they can answer.
Okay, thank you. So where's the money coming for the transportation and the students' tuition?
We want to work with all the neighbors, so you should just know that. We're going to do whatever, we're going to work very hard to make the neighbors happy. That's our agenda. As far as your question for the busing, whatever the Board of Education from Jackson, if the people live in Jackson, then whatever the Board of Education decides for them for the busing, and people who live in Lakewood, whatever the Board of Education decides for them. It's not anything, we're doing anything different than what the Board of Education allows.
Okay, so the root of this question refers back to we are negative $30 million in our public school funds. So, excuse me.
It's not relevant. You can't get into issues of cost. Excuse me, it's inappropriate.
I'm speaking.
Yeah, but you're inappropriately speaking.
You're cutting me off.
That's
and
right. I'm going to continue to cut you
Enough.
off.
End it now. End it.
How
Okay,
dare
end
you?
it. Ma'am, enough. Okay, so we have to, number one, keep things relevant. Okay.
They are relevant.
No, it's not. It's not. What's relevant is to what the applicant is here for and the check boxes they have to check off pursuant to the ordinance. All right. This is not the forum to talk about tax dollars and the amount that we're over budget as a township, everything like that. That is, you can take that up with the township council, or you can bring it up as a budget concern to the Board of Education. This is a private school. This is no different than a dry cleaner coming here and somebody going up to them and saying, hey, listen, I don't agree with the way you're operating your business. Why don't you pay more taxes? Okay, so no, we cannot address that concern here.
Mr. Shea,
Okay.
you have directed me to ask my question.
I understand that, but you
to this
cannot
gentleman.
phrase it in a relevant manner.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
You directed me to ask this gentleman that question, and so I did. And he went to answer, and I went to respond until this individual here cut me off.
Okay, you were both cutting each other off.
No,
So
she cut
this
me
is
off,
what
and
this is
that's
what
a
we're going to
fact.
do. I want you to please just ask a question, keep it relevant, all right?
What is relevant?
Keep taxes and all that out of it, okay? Keep it relevant to
Excuse
the
me.
operations of the
So
facility.
the operations of the facility are requiring public tax dollars from the citizens to operate this facility's vans and tuition for the students.
Tuition?
The vans that are coming to your school, are they funded with the public educational tax dollars budget? Where's this money coming from?
I told you, the Board of Ed, if there's children in Jackson that come to a Lakewood school, they go to the Board of Ed, and the Board of Ed has a system in what they reimburse them or whether they give them funding for the busing. It has nothing to do with our school. It's a Board of Ed situation.
And the tuition for these students?
It's
Board
private.
of Ed?
It's private. They don't get any money from the Board of Ed.
Okay.
private school.
Okay, thank you.
Quiet.
Through the chair.
Mr. Riker.
Okay, you can hang out there for a minute, sir. First thing I want to point out, I'm an environmental commissioner here, that gives me the seat here on the planning board. In both capacities, I look at a project. I don't want to know whose name or whatever. And in the board's determination, I want you to think of this as a wedding. You're going to go get married, so you need permission from mom and dad. That's the zoning board. Does it fit in this place, and will zoning allow you to do it? So in this case, zoning apparently has allowed them to do this here. That's how it's happened. There's two tenets that have changed here. One, the zoning has changed through ordinance to allow such things. That has been backed up by something that's called RLIPA. Okay, if you're not familiar with it, Mrs. Jennings can give you a quick dissertation. But the short and the concise answer is that we must remove barriers and obstructions to prosecute this application forward. Now, we can't be silly about it. We can't throw caution out the window, and that's why we're having this. So when you come to the planning board, your wedding has been approved. Now we're going to say, hey, where is it going to be? Well, zoning said it's going to be here. Now, planning is going to work with the applicant to make sure that the bride hasn't gone off the rails and wants 3,000 people when it can only accommodate 50 or 60. Okay? So that is the concept that's here. All right? So we hold up a prism, and unfortunately, through the state Supreme Court and municipal land use law, I'm not allowed to consider the traffic. And that aggravates the snot out of all of us because we get held accountable for the traffic in Great Adventure and things like that. And we're stuck dealing with the county commissioners and the state reps that promise the world. Okay? We cannot change it. We're bound by it. And the same thing happens with why are they bringing it here and the taxes. With that, those things have no bearing whatsoever on the application. So unfortunately, for the majority of that young lady's testimony, I'm going to ask to have it stricken from the record because it's not applicable. We're here to address a project and how it fits on this piece of property. It's an approved zoning use, and now we're making this thing fit and adjusting it. That's the prism that we're bound to work with here. Prism, excuse me. All right? So with that, I'm going to make the motion for any extraneous conversation about taxes and funding to have that stricken from the record, please. Motion to strike.
We need a second.
Second. Sullivan.
Discussion?
Discussion?
I don't think there's any grand cause to strike comments from the record. I think the law stands on its own.
Excuse me, be quiet, please. Someone is
saying,
speaking.
As far as striking public comment, I think you fall back to conforming use, you fall back to testimony, questions on the testimony. If there are other related comments, I don't think we need to go down the rabbit hole of striking public testimony. I'm just putting that right out there. I'm not supporting of it. I understand why you're saying that, I get it, but I think extraneous comments are probably in every single planning board application, whether they're fairly light, heavier and well-populated, or what have you. The applicant may even agree that it's not relevant for if there's an appeal. I don't think, but I'm over talking a little bit.
Extraneous.
I don't like shutting down the public dialogue piece.
Well, extraneous comments can be used against us in court when we make a decision.
I heard some comments that related to the fact that the school budget is under stress. That's essentially what I heard. And to what extent does the application have anything to do with it? And for us, it has nothing to do with it. So I just think it's a strong measure and a strong path to go down. And that's why I'm sharing this in discussion.
So
that I don't think that it has a practical implication on the application, and I don't think it's a path you want to typically go down as far as public commentary.
Mr. Riker, do you want to retain your motion?
Could I just ask a question quickly, from just to better understand Mr. Ricker's motion? I think this board has always stayed on topic and always stayed on the record, making sure that we judge an application based on its merit, applying the law. And just to understand Mr. Riker's motion, you just want to make sure that all the board members understand what's applicable to the law?
Absolutely. What is applicable?
Okay, so, Ms. Jennings, are we all on the same page that, with what Mr. Riker is trying to accomplish over here?
Yes, I understand exactly what he's trying to do.
So, Mr. Riker, would you like to withdraw your motion?
I will withdraw it with caution.
Right.
I don't want to see what's going to happen on an appeal.
right,
I'll withdraw with caution.
I'm going to do a couple things, all right? I'm going to give some more guidance to the public in the situation, okay?
You know, this
Ladies
is
and gentlemen,
a proceeding.
please,
All right.
this is a legal proceeding. It is important that it's quiet so that the record can be clear.
All right, 3 quick things. First, if I deem your testimony to be duplicative, all right, I'm going to say asked and answered, and then we're going to move on, all right? If I deem your question to be irrelevant to what the board has jurisdiction to, I'm going to say irrelevant, and then we're going to move on, all right? We're going to keep it clean and concise and relevant to what these guys gave testimony to. I usually don't have to do this, but in this case, I'm telling you this, all right? Last thing, there's a law called RLUIPA, all right? It's the religious land use law. We cannot violate this as a board, meaning that we cannot take religious considerations into the approval process when we're making these determinations, because it has to be based on the checklist that is given to us by the ordinance and the standards and everything of that nature, all right? That's what we have jurisdiction to approve. That's what the board has jurisdiction to determine, to deny, or approve the application, whatever the case may be, all right? That's it. So please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
All right. Please state your name, spell your last for the record.
Kurt Shramovich, Shramovich, reside at 456 Basso. First off, this is not opinion. Was this property already had a Pineland study on it? Certification, okay.
The process is the requirement before appearing before the planning board is to receive a certificate of filing, which.
So they didn't do an animal study or any of that stuff?
There, as part of the granting the certificate of filing, the Pinelands required a snake study, which was done.
It was done?
Correct.
And they gave you a certain percentage of the property you could use at that point? I'm just asking because personally, I tried to buy a piece of property on Vath Street, and I called Pinelands, and it was a 5-acre lot. And they told me that I can only build on 1 acre of that 5-acre lot. So if I look at your drawing, you're taking over more than half with street and just occupying it. So that's just why I'm curious, why is not that, it wasn't okay for me, and they told me in the past, you could try to fight us on this. If you want to put an application to say you would like to use more than that 1 acre or the 5 acres, it usually doesn't work out for you. You usually end up with less once we do a study. So it's just, I'm curious. Because that told me, well, I'm not interested in that property. And I didn't buy it for that reason, which I'd rather have the 5 acres than the 2 acres I have now, you know?
I can't speak specific to other properties. The general, the guidelines are the Pinelands in different areas are concerned specifically around here with the snakes, the Pine Barren snakes. And as part of an application to receive a certificate of filing, a study is required to be done. And there are different levels of study that could be done. There could be a walkthrough that could be done, and a report is submitted. A more significant study called a drift fence survey, where actually a professional goes out every day for about 9 months to check, could be done. In our case, we are actually, the limit, the footprint over here is 1 acre of is also 1 acre of footprint of disturbance over here, inclusive of everything. And a report was submitted to the Pinelands, and they are comfortable with the fact that there were no pine-bearing snakes. This was done by Du Bois Environmental, and the Pinelands issued the certificate of
I didn't
file.
realize you hold the property that long, because I thought it took a lot longer.
The certificate, that's a requirement of the Pinelands. So I can't speak to other properties. Every property is, they know, they have information that one may not have as to where the snakes are. The Clayton sand pits affect it. So I can't speak to every property, but snakes do have to be taken into account. They were taken into account,
Okay. We can
and
move on
other
from that then.
properties might be different.
Now, could someone elaborate on the 50% rule that you guys were talking about, like, they can't add on more than 50%?
All right,
Because then that changes.
So let me just address this. So 50% rule is a construction rule, all right, governed by the International Business Code, all right? Like, everybody kind of became aware of it during Hurricane Sandy, right? So that we don't have jurisdiction to even take that into consideration. So if they're doing something that they need to go in and literally gut the entire home, put 15 different beams in, and put steel beams in and iron rods or whatever they got to do, and it goes beyond that 50% capacity that is governed by the building department, construction department, that is on them.
Okay.
All right, and then they have to figure that out. And if that goes beyond what they have an approval for here, and it changes what they have an approval for, changes the plans, they got to come back. That's how that works. It has nothing to do with this board. We don't have jurisdiction over it.
So it doesn't matter that they're going over 50% in additions?
But that's the whole thing.
or-
So it's not our call.
Okay.
It's the building department's call, all right? So they're the ones that actually take a look at the plans, the architecturals, everything like that, do the site inspections. They make that determination. We can't just take a look at the plan and say, oh, hey, we kind of think you may be over 50%, denial, stamp. Yeah, we can't do that. It's illegal. We would get sued in a heartbeat. So we don't have the jurisdiction to even take that into consideration.
So the constructed area, once this place is built, is what, 7,600 square feet? The square footage, is that what the,
The house is. Melissa, you want to come up and clarify?
well, in one of the letters that went out to one of the neighbors, there was a 76 reference
Yeah, it's
to
approximately 7,600 square feet. Mhm.
of livable space, or whatever. And that original house was what? Because for some reason, I went on like Zillow, I seen mine for houses I bought and sold the last 10 years, but this one's completely wiped off as far as, on Realtor.com, you can't even find what the square footage was.
Where are we going with this question? Where are we going with this?
Well, it's just, I don't know, it's way over, I guess it maybe doesn't make sense, because it's 50%, but it's just,
They comply with
Yeah.
the ordinance.
well, because when they spoke, they told, like, this floor is this size, this floor is
I know,
that
but
size.
if we're getting to the point where we're saying, you have too much square footage, you should get denied, we can't do that.
Okay. Parking spots. How many parking spots are there?
27.
There's 26?
27.
Okay. I thought I heard a lot less than that before. Your parking lot lighting. How many lights will there be? Because you talked about lights off the back of the house and this and that. Your drawings show 15-foot light poles in the front of the house. That was never brought up. So is there going to be along the whole driveway? I mean, the whole walkway? How many lights are going to be there?
Anthony, could you pull up A3 or A?
15-foot light poles, I mean, that glows the whole property if it's in the whole front yard.
There are 3 light poles. For a parking lot, it's required to be lit, and there are 3 light poles.
Okay. It's good for right now, sir. Thank you.
Any other takers? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Please state your name, spell your last for the record.
Linda Moskowitz, Moskowitz, 4 Hardwick Court, Jackson, of course. My question is for Melissa. But first, Mr. Shea.
Yes.
I've been here since 7 o'clock, and your comment was the first that mentioned religion. This is not about religion. This is about usage of property. And please, don't bring that in.
To defend
Ma'am,
Mr. Shea, somebody did
Just
mention
setting the ground
religion.
rules. That's it. I saw the direction that was going. I just wanted to make sure everybody was fully aware.
Melissa.
Microphone, please, ma'am.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
Okay. You described for the basement level, and I honestly don't remember how many students will be down there. There is access from the first floor of the house and access directly to the outside for
Correct.
safety. For the main floor and the second floor, is there an exit besides the front door?
Yes, there's a rear door as well.
Okay. I'm only concerned about the safety of the students and staff.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Anyone else coming forward? I'll accept a motion, please.
I move to close the public portion.
What? I get one.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Please state your name, spell your last for the record.
Charles Jerry, Jerry, 1439 Jordan. Simple question to you.
At this point, to the,
You said the professionals.
we're not the
Aren't you a
professionals.
professional? You're the planning board.
Planning board attorney, correct.
Okay.
What do you want to know?
Can this be stopped?
We have.
Yes or no?
So, first of all, I'm not going to provide guidance because that can
I'm
taint
at-
the,
just
that-
yes or
that
no.
can taint the entire, it can taint the entire
inappropriate
application.
to ask that question.
What I'm going to say to you, just so that everybody here is aware, is that there is a fully conforming application with 2 very minimal waivers, one of which may or may not be even applicable. The other one, if they choose not to even do, they could just change the de minimis aspect of the plan, they wouldn't need the waiver anymore. It's a permitted use in a zone that is
Yeah,
zoned for
I
this.
understand all that.
This is how I have to
We
answer that
all
question.
understand all this. It's a yes or no question.
This is how I have
Can
to
the
answer-
neighbors
this is how
who
I
do
have to
not
answer
want the
this.
school there stop this?
There are,
This is considered a proposal, okay? So in my university education, proposal means,
this is not a proposal, it's an application.
okay?
It's a subtle
But this
difference.
means it's not approved yet.
That means it's not approved until the board. approves
Okay.
it.
Can it be stopped?
I cannot-
Yes
I cannot
or no?
I cannot provide you legal guidance on this.
I'm not asking for
But you-
legal
but you-
guidance.
But you are. You're asking for a legal determination from the board attorney, and I can't do that. I cannot give you that answer. What I can say to you is that there's an appeal process
I
for things
fight
like
this?
this. There's an appeal process for things like this, and that's all I can say.
Okay,
All right?
what
So
is the
if you
appeal
want to
process?
consult-
Who do I
if
reach
you
out
wanna
to?
If you want to consult with a land use attorney on the matter, you can do that. I cannot give you any advice. I cannot give you legal
I'm not
advice.
asking for legal advice.
But yes, you are. You're asking for a
Am I
legal
asking for legal
determination. Okay, you may not think you are, but you are. Okay, you're asking me for a legal determination, and what
I'm
is
just
the-
asking you what
is the
steps
process?
need to be taken? Who do I go to in Jackson to is a
there-
class action lawsuit the only way?
I can't give you much advice, but I can tell you that that one really doesn't apply to the situation. So you may want to
It
consult.
applied to the situation years
I wa-
ago when you
want
wouldn't pave our roads.
I want you to listen to me very,
I'm
very clearly.
listening.
Okay. You need to consult with a land use attorney if you're going down this road. That's all I can tell you. That's all the guidance I can
Does
give you.
Jackson have a land use attorney?
You have to hire your own land use
You
attorney.
have to hire, all right, so you are a private citizen who is contemplating attempting to fight a private application. You need to go to a private land use attorney. That's it. That's all I can tell you. All right? I cannot give you any further guidance. Okay?
Unacceptable.
I-
Thank you.
Elaine
please.
Kowalski?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Elaine Kowalski, Kowalski,
Okay.
322 Diamond Road.
There you go.
Concerned about safety for the students, and we've been looking at a front elevation of the house continually, but we never got to see a view of the back and how many exits there are for the students. If there are 50 students and possibly up to 24 staff members, that's a lot of people in the house. How are the children going to be exiting and the staff members? Can we see a back elevation? We've been looking at the front of the house constantly. Is there any way out the back door or
I'm
second
going to direct you
floor?
to either the operations or the architect.
The zoning set that was submitted, it is one of the tabs there, it does have a rear elevation, if you want to pull that up. Yep, the one second to the left, yeah. I could trouble you to scroll to the next sheet. Drawing C is the rear elevation. And you can see there's a double door kind of on the right side. That's, sure.
It's not similar to the one you've been showing us with the painted house and
Yeah,
trees. and,
I don't have
you know,
a
like, this
colored
is
rendering of the
Not
rear
a
of the
good
building.
rendering.
Right there, that's the door.
So how many, you're enlarging the house, how many exits are there out the back from each end?
One at the front and one at the back,
One front door and one back door, you're saying?
correct. And then another one at the basement level.
Okay, for 70, close to 70 people being in the house, if there's a fire?
So we do a study of building code, and we show the path of exit discharge, which is less than 75 feet, and it meets building code. 2 means of egress, less than 75 feet.
Do fire inspectors or a fire department get to review this plan?
Absolutely,
They
it
do.
conforms with the fire code.
Okay. And also regarding the parking,
Not my department.
it's just supporting the other residents that live here. We keep talking about the footprint of the parking lot, and what's the backyard going to be used for? I mean, the footprint could be exactly the same size, and it would make the residential area look similar to the residence.
The applicant has agreed to supply a larger than required screening, putting, and as was testified earlier, putting it in the back would increase the impervious area, because you still have to have paving to the back, and it would increase the footprint of disturbance, and keeping it in the front is limiting, and we are beyond the front setback.
I just assumed the setback was to the frontage of the house. Wouldn't this still be in the setback if it's all the way to the front of the house?
It is in the front yard. It is beyond the required front yard setback, which is 80 feet to the streets. And there will be added screening to ensure that the parking area is properly buffered.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else?
Seeing no one come forward, I move to close the public portion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now,
Make a motion to open public comment to anything pertaining to this application?
Second. Ella?
Anyone wish to come forward?
All right, please raise your right hand. Well, just first, guys, so we're gonna keep the public comment section to 4 minutes. All right, 4 minutes apiece. That is what you get. Tell us how you feel. All right. So, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Please state your name, spell your last for the record.
Jim Selecchia, S-I-L-E-C-C-H-I-A. Oh,
Oh.
sorry. Jim Selecchia, S-I-L-E-C-C-H-I-A. My address is 6 Hartfield Drive, Jackson. I am not by this, where this is being developed, but I've been coming to planning board meetings now for a while, and I've learned some things. This may seem like a nitpick, but when you talk about the garbage pickup, we made a comment that it would happen after 8 a.m. Problem with that is 11 p.m. is after 8 a.m. You didn't put a time to end it at. So I think you should consider putting a time frame as to when it'll be picked up by
That's
instead
fair.
of after.
We could do that, but just to let you know, usually it's not an issue because most of the
I
time,
understand
most
that.
carriers will
Yeah.
not pick up when the dump is closed.
I understand that. And
That's a fair point, though.
As Mr. Shea has been pointing out, all night long, we can only do certain things because otherwise we're going to be taking.
But I just wanted to add to your education
I
on
get
that.
it.
That's a fair point.
But
The other thing that I've learned,
Stipulate it till
the other thing I've learned,
We'll
PM.
we'll stipulate till
Jennings?
4 PM.
That's fine.
That's fine.
I told you it was a nitpick, so. The other
No,
thing,
it's a good one.
the other thing I've learned is Dr. Campbell always has a question. She did not ask it at this one.
And I was ready for this.
Solar panels.
Solar panels.
Solar, so.
Not that I
what
care,
are-
it's just one of those things I've gotten used to Dr.
Maybe we could
Campbell
ask the architect if it would be a possibility to consider solar.
She's coming.
There's, especially on the rear of that house, it would be,
And then the last thing is, I know there was a lot of talk about.
well, let's finish this, let's finish this.
The applicant is amenable to
Thank you.
looking into it.
Appreciate it.
For you guys to
Got
figure
it.
out. The last thing is, I know there's been a lot of talk about moving the parking lot, and that doesn't look good. And all the questions went to the engineer. And the one thing I heard from the executive director is he wants to work with the residents. So how about we ask him if he would be willing to sit down with the designer and say, is it a feasible thing to move it to the back? Nobody asked that question, so I'll just bring that up as something that may be considered.
So we're gonna put this to bed. So, Ms. Jennings, do you want to ask your applicant if amendable?
I think the answer is no, but
He wants to work with the neighbors, that's all I'm asking. Other than that, have a good night.
well, I think he has been working with the neighbors. There's already 39 conditions on a fully conforming application.
How many?
It's maybe a record, 39. Yeah.
We can't move the parking lot, but it's 80 feet from the street, and we're going to put extra screening, and we're going to be good neighbors, and you'll like us. That's all I can say.
Good answer.
It's the beginning of a beautiful relationship. All right, ma'am.
Still Deb Jones, still from Heisen, and I'm going to
We just have to make sure that our board
I know.
secretary, yeah.
It's not really a
Wait,
question.
hang on one sec. Laura, did you get that? Yeah.
I know, I'm planning to. We keep talking about the front, the back, whatever. I feel like as a board, you really do need to think about this and keep it in the back of your mind, because there's a reason why we're moving the schools. I understand it's a bigger property, whatever. It also means room for expansion for when they want to make the school bigger. And it's not going to change how it's impacting the people. And I respect that you say you want to be a good neighbor and you want to be a friend and you want to be all of this. It's not about anything other than safety. And when the girl came up and asked, maybe it was the wrong time, but you have kids that elope. We live in a very dark world, sadly, but you can't just say, we'll track them with the cell phone. You can't just say, it doesn't happen, because nobody starts out wanting to break rules and not do the right thing, but it happens. And there's a lot of dark things going on in our world, and they don't care what our religion is, they don't care what our color is, they don't care about anything. So as a community and as a school, we owe it to every child to make sure that they're safe and not, it's never happened. Make sure there's a plan. I work in a public school system. We have a plan for every situation. We hope they never come up, but we still have a plan for it. We can't just say, oh, there's people there that can, do CPR. Our school nurses, they're busy all day long because you don't know what's going to happen. You have kids coming in with fevers. You have kids whose allergies are going. You have kids that everything's going on. So instead of doing the bare minimum, let's start getting ahead of it and really working with our neighbors. Because when you have a kid that's out, it's going to be all the people here that live on that road that you're going to have to go to make sure that that child's found. Because if I'm the mother and you're calling me and saying, your child left the school and we don't know, it's not going to fly. So you need to make sure you're doing the right thing.
Ma'am, one of the things I want to tell you is
talking?
that if anyone wants to do any expansion at any future date, they have to come back. They cannot just expand.
Oh, no, I
on
know
that
that.
school. Just so you're clear.
Oh, I'm clear. I'm just saying that
spoke
there's a
about
reason the back
expansion.
isn't being touched right now.
And can I expand on that a little to say that it would also have to go before the Pinelands Commission, which would have a certain amount of difficulty for anyone wishing to expand beyond the size.
I know, but I also live in the town and I've seen the things that have been built.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, please state your name, spell your last for the record.
Say that again?
Say your name and spell your last name for the record.
Okay. Stephanie and Marciel Warenberg, MarcilleWerenberg. So going back, I guess it's not sitting right with me regarding the parking lot and being in a residential, to take in consideration the back. Again, the fact that you're saying no, that makes me think that at some point expansion, but you're saying a private school, 50 people or kids, what is the definition of private? Meaning, can that ever go back? Can that go up because you're going to expand at some point? So I just concerned about that. And then as far as the traffic back and forth on Basso and around the area, people drive really fast as it is on that street, and there's people walking their dogs, there's kids playing. It's a big concern with the traffic. So are they going to then, with all this extra traffic coming through, are they going to put speed limits? Or when you're coming to the end of the street, because we live towards the end of, I guess it's Ridge in Basso, and I'm out there with my dogs all the time, and so many people come so fast, and they don't slow down. So I feel it's a concern that as soon as you come in, put a speed limit sign or have a radar thing there so that, or
Ma'am,
cameras.
Again.
That's a
And we've
concern.
explained this now multiple times. This board cannot decide anything based on traffic. We cannot use that when we consider. It's something we cannot do.
So the things that you just said, what you may want to do, you can take it up with the Township Council, you can go to the police department, say, hey, listen, there's a lot of traffic in this one specific area. could you maybe do a study or something like that? You speak to Officer Hemba, he's a traffic safety officer. You may want to have a conversation with him and just give him the heads up that area, that specific area has got some problems.
Okay, and that would be too about possibly could be putting a traffic light up,
And
that too?
that's up to the township. So it's Township
Oh,
Road,
okay.
Township would have the
Right.
ability of kind of doing some kind of
So
remediation or something to that effect.
So in comment, my last comment again is that just to make it look like a residential and make it kind of uniform so it all blends in, so it's not just the parking lot in the front.
Well, I think they have said that they're going to increase the screening considerably. You will not see those parking places. You won't see them from the street. That will be screened. They have agreed to do 15 feet of screening.
And then you said a sidewalk. Is there a sidewalk in the front? I don't understand what you meant about a sidewalk.
There is no sidewalk in the front because there are no sidewalks on the whole street.
Right.
The sidewalking would be internal. They'd be internal sidewalks, internal to the property,
Oh,
not on the street.
okay.
Okay?
Just want to keep it uniform.
Thank you.
All right, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Lorraine Kaminsky, Kaminski.
All right, and your address?
590 Basso Street, Jackson. My question is really more for the board, for the planning. I just wanted to ask you, when you say that if the school wanted to add on, they would have to come back to the board, correct? Okay. Does that also include, does that mean like adding on as far as adding an addition, or does that include the trailers that they sometimes use as schools?
Any addition, any trailers, any change at all to this property, they would need to come back to us.
Okay.
And they would also be needing to go to the Pinelands Commission and get many, many other
Outside agency.
agreements. So
Okay.
nothing will happen beyond what is there
Okay.
in this proposal.
Is each town different? Because I did live in Lakewood, and that did happen to me.
Lakewood is a
Lakewood
And
is
is
Lakewood.
that
Different-
This is
different
Jackson.
Okay,
creature.
so there are different, it is different
We got to
from
remember,
Lakewood.
Pinelands Commission overrides everything, and that
Okay.
is in the Pinelands Commission domain.
So what happens is that, so we have the approval at the board level, all right? But then there's, I want to say a dozen other outside agencies that have to sign off on every application pursuant to the resolution. So during the resolution compliance period, which is what happens after the approval at the board, and the zoning permit, all the way at the very end where Jeff Papour, the zoning officer, has to sign off on it, they have to get every single outside agency approval, and if they can't get it from that agency, they got to come back to the board. So there's a little bit of it, there's a lot that Mr. Klee works with on a daily basis that probably has traumatized him, taking years off his life, but that goes down, that there's a checks and balancing system to this before it even gets to the zoning officer and before it even gets to the building department, because once it goes to the zoning officer, it's then got to get the construction and building and electrical and plumbing and all that good stuff to get the actual IBC approvals. So there's a lot of steps along the way.
And as far as comparing to Lakewood, remember that Jackson has its own ordinances. Our ordinances govern what goes on in Jackson.
Okay.
And that's why it's good once in a while, and I'm delighted to see so many people here. Come to the township council meetings. Come to the zoning board meetings. See what goes on and how these things are organized by the residents. We're residents, by the residents, for the residents.
Okay.
It's good that you're here.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
It's my opinion, so I guess.
Well, it's
it'll
got to kind of be a yes or no.
Amy
Yeah.
Schuster, yes.
True,
Amy
false
Schuster,
question. Yeah. Okay.
SCHUSTER,
All right. And-
1467.
So make sure our board secretary got all that.
Jordan Avenue, he cut me off, I was going to say that. My comment is for the school. You say-
Please.
My comment
Thank
is for the school. You say you want to be good neighbors. We never knew about this until we got the letter from the Willents group. What about reaching out before? What about any kind of preparation for us? All of a sudden, our very quiet rural neighborhood is going to have a 75-person school. That's not being a good neighbor. You strike one already. So I would like to have a good relationship because we are directly across the street from the property where the water's going to go. How can we make this happen? Okay.
All right.
I'm short, but I'll try to be brief. I'm Helen Ferraro.
All right.
I swear, yes, I will
Do
tell
you
the
swear or
truth.
affirm to tell the
You
truth, the whole
got
truth,
it.
nothing but the truth? Yes?
1458 Jordan Avenue. And my question is for the school. We live, as you've heard, everybody attests to the fact that we live in a beautiful, quiet, tranquil, peaceful, the peepers are it's beautiful, the area we live in. Will you please teach your students, teach these young people to respect the nature, to respect the deer, understand them, learn something about them. I know religion is very important, and I understand that, but our neighborhood, it's our religion. And you've got coyotes out there. At night, you can hear the fox yipping. I mean, these are special things that are special to our neighborhood. And I don't want to see your children not learn. If we have to live with you, and you have to live with us, you have to put up with my barking dogs, my meowing cats, my whinnying horses. God forbid, don't forget the goats. You've got a lot to put up with us. But I expect you to teach your children to respect nature. The bugs are special. The lightning bugs, they're special. Do I have that guarantee from you? Thank you, I'm done. Thank you, God bless you all.
All right. One more
It's
time.
me again.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, and your name and last for the record.
Rania, last name Asimahmoud, and 486 Meadowwood Road.
Gotcha.
So this question is for Mr. Bernstein, directly intertwined with the last comment that you made to me. And you brought up religious law
Yeah.
rule. I don't remember what it's called. In any case, I never brought up religion, just for the record. Not sure where exactly that came from. And I'm sure you were not there at the last meeting when Mr. Bernstein was also speaking in Hebrew and made a religious comment talking about diversity while speaking in Hebrew as a religious comment.
Okay.
So just to draw the borders and lines,
now-
it should be diversity for everyone
Right.
and not to just make a comment as I walk off.
Okay, but
this
now
microphone.
we're getting, by not talking about religion, now we're getting into religion. So-
But you brought it up and you
that's-
opened the
and that's
door
fine.
and you
So
made a religious
have, ma'am,
comment
please
at your
stop
last
talking.
meeting.
Please stop talking.
It should
All
be,
right.
the rules
Please
should
stop
be
talking.
applied
All right.
for everybody.
Enough. So I have to do that as a precautionary measure because the board, over the course of
that.
history, has had a couple problems. Now, if I see it
get
going down roads that I think it may be going down, I have the fiduciary obligation as the board attorney to cut that off at the knees. I saw that going down
So
a
were
road.
you
I
there
saw
at
that going
that
down a
last
road.
meeting?
Ma'am, I saw that going down a road with where you were going with your reasoning, where it could have led
You
to the lupa.
assumed.
It is what it is. End of discussion. We're done.
The question was for Mr. Bernstein, so why is
done,
it
we're done,
okay?
we're done with questions. We're done with questions. This is general comment. If you have a general comment, make the general comment.
That is a comment.
Make the comment.
And that is
Question
fair.
is not a comment. Make your
No,
comment.
my
Make the
question is
comment.
for Mr. Bernstein.
Make the comment.
So why would it be okay for him to say it and not for me?
Ma'am, enough. I'm directing a board member not to answer any religious questions that can even be asserted as such because of RLUIPA. So, ma'am, if you have a general comment that's relevant to this application,
My
this
comment
application,
is, why
make it
isn't
now.
it fair for
Make it now.
everyone across the board? Because you assumed I was going into religion when I wasn't.
Ma'am, I saw a path to where you were going, and I cut it off. That's fine. I'm not accusing you of anything. I just said to everybody as a whole, we cannot have any sort of taint from religious arguments or anything of that nature with any application that we have before us, okay? This board operates by looking at an ordinance and seeing whether or not the application comports with it, if it needs any waivers or variances, and it needs any other relief. That's it. That's what we can do. We can't
The
take
rules should
that
be
into
fair.
consideration. That is the equitable nature of a planning board, all right?
So the rules should
that's
be
where we're
fair.
at. That's where we're at. If you have a comment about this application, now is the time to put it on
My
record.
comment
I'm giving
was
you
for
that
him,
comment.
and I said it.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else come forward, I move to close the public portion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Ms. Jennings, would you like to
Sure, just very briefly. As the board heard, we have an application here this evening that is fully conforming with the township ordinance and under the municipal land use law. Section 46 and 50 states specifically that the board shall grant an approval to a fully conforming application. I agree with Mr. Wall. We don't even need to go down the RLUIPA path. It is there. It is always there when you're dealing with a religion. But if we just focus on the state law, I think the applicant is entitled to the relief that they're requesting this evening. I think they have also been very good neighbors. I have now written down 39 conditions that the board has sought to impose upon the applicant, to which really they didn't have to agree to many of them, but they did want to be a good neighbor, and they were willing to agree to these conditions. And so I hope that the board takes that into consideration when you deliberate. Thank you.
Will someone make a motion?
Well, let me just address something. So this application is a permitted use in a zone where it's permitted in, okay? It has two minimal variances, which if the applicant removes, they have an application as a matter of right, okay? Which at that point is basically a quasi-courtesy review. They've agreed to 39 conditions. That may be a record for any application that we've had since I've started, most likely before that as well. So that is where we're at right now, and that is what we're voting on.
I have a quick follow-on to that, just to confirm something. The ordinance we're operating under, is it held in abeyance with the Pinelands, or?
It is. This is a Pinelands approved ordinance.
Is it conforming to an enforced ordinance that's in place?
Correct.
Or is it an ordinance that is held in abeyance by Pinelands and not yet in force?
No,
That's the question.
Yeah, this is not the new ordinance that the Pinelands hasn't approved yet. So this is not, this is the old ordinance that has Pinelands approval. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Klee or Mr. Peters, any comments before we make a decision here? Still waiting for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve with the 39 stipulations.
Looking for a second.
Second, Heller?
We'll do a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Bernstein? Yes, and I want to thank the applicant for adding those extra 5 feet of buffers. I know that will make a very big difference to anyone on Basso Street, so thank you.
Mr. Heller?
Yes.
Mr. Riker?
Yes.
Ms. Rose? Mr. Marzo? Mr. Tremor? Mr. Wall?
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, and I'd like to thank the applicant for agreeing to the 39 stipulations, and also I hope that the township will consider marking the property, the boundary of the front of the property on the road as a no parking zone. Thank you, yes.
Dr. Campbell.
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Ms. Jennings, I think we're going to have to discuss a postponement, because I don't
may
think it's
have
a good
to-
idea to start
You don't want to
the
do Chandler
Chandler
right now?
application tonight.
Okay. Can we,
Would you, what do we have?
I think next time open is June. No?
I think there's sometime in June.
June 17th.
June 17th looks
June
open.
17th?
I can't hear anything.
Hey, guys, we have, I know everybody's leaving, but we have to have some quiet. We're still on record, all right? We're discussing another application.
We're looking at June 17th? Mr. Ray wouldn't be available, so I thought, okay.
Justin was, yeah.
All right. Or send someone else.
Au-
Yes, he
Ms.
did.
Jennings, I'm sure August is probably open. August, September?
August?
All right. Yeah, I'm going to check with Mr. Gazarovski to see, yeah.
He
No,
was out-
if, what else do we have on that night?
He was outside in the hall.
A minor
Maybe he's still
subdivision
there.
and possibly a warehouse, or no, sorry, the addition to the daycare, which may be
Yes,
carried
shouldn't be
again.
too
So
Is
we
that,
should have time, yeah.
okay, all right, so it's pretty much going to be the whole night.
So do we need a motion for that?
I think we need a motion for that, please.
Motion to carry the application to
June
June 17th?
Second, Sullivan.
All right, Ms. Jennings, and you waive time? All right.
So there's no notice, right?
Accept a
No
motion
notice, just,
to close?
Motion to close, Bernstein?
Second, Heller.
All in favor?
Aye. Have a good night.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.